and ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Niamh Brooke and you're joining us again for the last time in Aberdeen for the final day of the SNP's annual national conference. Joining me on the couch is Nadia Chand and we have got an awful lot to talk about today. So,
yes, yeah.
It's a packed programme, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's just 2 days just flew just like that, right?
Do you know what? Even though I've spent most of it sitting down here on this couch, I still don't feel like my feet have touched the ground since we got here.
Yes. It was a wonderful conference, and as you always have mentioned in the programme, historic conference. Yes, yeah. And we heard the word historic, and as well as independence was the top agenda of the conference. And have you spoken to anyone yet in the morning, or what are we going to have today?
Well, we will be having Fatima Joji coming in later today to talk about some of the policies she's got going on today. She had her name on a resolution yesterday for the removal of advertising for vaping products geared towards young people, which I think will be very interesting to talk about. What's particularly interesting is the resolution later on in the programme this afternoon discussing the Scottish Government ending all public funding to companies that supply weapons to Israel. That'll be I think, particularly big discussion given this morning. I take it you watched the news before you came in today.
Yeah.
Yes, the Keir Starmer, Donald Trump, dozens of other world leaders are in Knesset in Tel Aviv today for the signing of the ceasefire deal, and the hostages, I think many of them are still being released as we speak.
Yes, and yesterday we spoke to many, and all the guests, when we asked about the ceasefire, still people are having questions on that, how long it's going to be. Let's hope. Hope is the only thing we can do, right? It's going to last long, and there are both sides, people, the prisoners, those who have to be exchanged, and let's hope the children of Gaza is going to have peace and a normal life. It's far from a normal life, but that's only we can hope.
I think definitely in the wake of all the discussions that are happening today, it will be very good to talk to people about their feelings on what this means, how long it'll last, and what the Scottish Government should be doing in response to it. The resolution this afternoon is certainly a very interesting discussion, particularly with the Ambassador's speech and Sadie Matthews and Said Khan's topical motion yesterday.
That is very moving, isn't it?
Yes, for the support of the Cymru flotilla, that was passed unanimously. So there's definitely a very strong sentiment in the room on it, and it will be good to talk to people later today about how that's going to come out. We will
very much, and we are going to have the First Minister's speech to the conference.
Yes, we are. It's going to be a very, very big one, and again, he will be talking about the developments in the news today and how Scotland will be moving forward. Again, particularly that will be coming right before the resolution this afternoon about public funding.
And also he will be talking about how Labour government is doing and what are the promises they have made before 2024 general election, and how much of that promises have been fulfilled or anywhere near to touch those promises. For example, GB Energy, which they promised in Aberdeen thousands of jobs, which nothing have seen so far, and there were a lot of promises. I think he's going to count one by one and remember those promises, and then he's going to talk about the Holyrood 2026 elections, and I think he's going to talk about reform, the surge of reform, and all these things. It will be a very interesting one, the speech. Yeah.
And something he's expected to make very abundantly clear in his speech as well, that everyone coming to Scotland is welcome here.
Yeah.
Which particularly in the resolution discussed yesterday, that was put through as well.
But then again,
talking about
like,
the integration of asylum seekers.
Yeah.
From day one. He's also expected to talk particularly about the Labour government's stance on energy prices and the policies there, and I think that is the first resolution off the bat today proposed by Kevin Stewart and Alistair Allen on that increased renewable energy in Scotland, particularly in the wake of that hike in energy prices.
Yes, yeah, but then it is all in the power of independence. We can do everything in the best way we can. We have to remind the viewers that because I don't think there is any other country which has got a private grid. Everything has to be changed, and it is only through the power of independence Scotland will be able to achieve that.
And that's a motion that the trade union group is lodging later today, is the idea of having energy powers first devolved to Scotland in that earlier resolution and making sure that they are publicly controlled.
Yeah,
is the wording of the motion.
Yeah,
The emphasis is definitely that it will keep prices down, and as well as bringing in that just transition, more jobs for people working in that industry as well. And right off the back of that, because it's a big day for discussions on all kinds of energy.
Yes.
It seems coming in straight after that this afternoon from Bill Kidd and George Adam.
And forgot to say about nuclear energy.
Exactly, that's
Alan Brown is going to come and talk to us about it.
Yes, that opposition to Labour's proposal to build nuclear power stations.
And it is not really Labour reforms. One big agenda is to have nuclear energy and get rid of the renewable energy.
Yes,
so, they both
net
are
zero madness.
Yes.
I believe is the phrase I keep seeing in the news about them.
Yes, very much. And
later this afternoon we'll also be having a discussion on that fair welfare system resolution. We had Bob Doris in yesterday talking about that. It was very productive conversation, I think you'll agree. So it'll be interesting to see that resolution discussed properly later today, which particularly in relation to the child benefit cap, and making sure that is scrapped.
Yeah.
So I think
and it is that's one thing. I think the First Minister, John Swinney, the leader of the SNP, is going to remind people the benefits of SNP-run government in Scotland, like removing their funding for their, against Westminster's two-child cap and winter fuel, then you name it, like free education, free university education, free prescription. I think he is going to remind. He might not be able to remind the whole thing because he has to be here for one whole day to remind every free thing or everything which is doing differently from the Westminster or England or Wales. But I think he's going to remind all that today. Yeah.
And the resolution on the full welfare system, they will be talking about lobbying the UK Labour government to follow the Scottish government's lead, in their words, and scrapping the two-child benefit cap, bedroom tax, matching the child payment, making that UK wide, and raising universal credit as well for that payment.
But again, I'd like to remind it's only comes with the power of independence, because.
That golden thread, which is a phrase I heard from one of the first guests we had on here. I think it was Bob Doris who said it, and I like it and have continued to use it every time I ask questions.
Martin Day, the one who came.
Yes, Martin Day, that was it. Yes, I really should remember who said that. But I keep using it because particularly throughout the whole conference, it does seem to be that running theme. Everyone comes back to the idea of independence being the thing that is going to make all of this achievable, particularly since they've got such a strong stance on ensuring that SNP majority in Parliament in the next election.
That's one thing, if the Scottish Parliament can do much better than the Westminster government with the limited funding we are getting from Westminster, and the whole fund goes to Westminster, and they give a small envelope back, and within that envelope, and with the power of the entire independent Scotland should be able to do much better than what we are doing. It's not that we are not doing great, but with NHS researchers, everything we should be able to do better than the Westminster ruled country.
Yes, absolutely. And from one of our guests yesterday afternoon, we had Sadie Matthews, the Equalities convener. That was that was a very interesting conversation we had. She has got her fingers in an awful lot of different pies. It was genuinely impressive, and she has got a motion on the table
Sadie
later
Matthews,
today.
That's very important to see. Like you mentioned about immigration and welcoming people into the country, and Scotland is genuinely a compassionate country and compassionate people. But can they genuinely welcome people here from war-torn countries, or genuinely welcome economic migrants to give contribution to this country? No, because it is run by Westminster. So immigration is not devolved. The Scottish government had asked, Stephen Gethin had made a bill in the Parliament, but it did not pass. So Sadie's arguments and Sadie's fighting constantly for people, those who are vulnerable and coming to Scotland seeking asylum or working here. Yes, as you said, right, Sadie is into so many things, but one of her active campaign is for that,
Particularly in the wake of the resolution that was discussed on the first day of the conference on Saturday about the impact reduced immigration has had on health and social care industry
Neil
in
Gray,
Scotland.
MSP had mentioned about it. If there is a real cut of immigration and the healthcare sector, as well as the nurses and the doctors, he had mentioned some 80%, 81%. That's really, really. I don't know how NHS is going to manage that without that workforce being in NHS. Already the NHS staff are under huge amount of pressure, workload, and if the workforces have been cut and not been provided, then they will be under again and it will have mental health issues and everything on the workforce as well. So we need to have immigration running by Scotland and Scottish government.
And something Sadie Matthews, on the back of the health and social care, something, though it's not part of the industry, I think it's still relevant and a worthy discussion. Sadie Matthews has got a resolution on the table later today for the Scottish Government to recognise the unpaid work that's done by carers as well.
There's a resolution. I was just about to mention that recognition of unpaid work done by carers.
Yes, I believe the resolution is gunning for an increase in that carer support payment to families, and active discussion with the Department of Work and Pensions on how the care support payment
they are the unseen heroes of the
combines
community,
with other benefits. Oh yes.
Yeah, they are the unseen heroes of the community, and it's very important to recognize them with appropriate wages, as well as it's their time, and most of these people, they are carers of their own family, and the amount of pressure, mental pressure on them and financial pressure on them, it's important to recognize them and fight for their appropriate wages. Yes, yeah.
Particularly since the current benefits, Sadie will be discussing about the strain that can have on carers and their families. Yep. The current care support payment, it's the £83.30 a week, which Sadie Matthews will be talking about in resolution, amounts to about 50 pence an hour per week, which is
I think we are going to have Fatima Joji for.
So it'll be interesting to have that
Costas.
discussed later today. And we will be moving forward in a moment to have our first guest joining us in the couch to talk a bit more about the work she's been doing at the conference this weekend and some of the discussions that will be taking place today. We're being joined by Umwin councillors for Aberdeenshire, Fatima Joji. Thank you very much for joining us. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. You've just come out of a fringe event, haven't you? Would you mind telling us a little bit more about that?
Excellent. I actually went to 2 fringe events. So
you've been busy.
Yeah. So the first one we were looking at was held by the SNP BAME. So we have affiliate groups, and it's really important that these affiliate groups are operating because they each educate on various areas. So we have the SNP BAME network, we have the Disabled Members Group, we have Out for Indie, we have the Young Scots for Independence, SNP students. So I was at the SNP BAME network, and we were covering an area that's important to our remit, which is anti-racism education. So we had a professional trainer in that was discussing how we can move from awareness to action, and this sort of information actually helps us with internal policy to make sure we get it right for everyone. So that's why these fringe events are important. The other fringe event I was at just now that I just came out of was the policy development. So that's another extremely important part for our party, for the conference. You know, our conference is policy. It's at the heart of it. So I am on the policy development committee of our conference, and we were discussing how we can better prepare our motions, how we do our research, and how we present this so that we can put it on the floor in form in speeches and text and implement it as party policy. So that was another one that I was just at now. Yeah.
And what sort of strategies have you been looking at to refine that kind of research?
Yeah, so it's where we get our information, the sort of data that we use, you know, how we engage with the community, because we are a political party, hearing from the ground, grassroots, what they need, what they want to see in our structures and our systems. We need to feed that back into our policies, because wrong policy is going to have disastrous consequences. So we were focusing on our outreach, how we gather that information. Also, we then move it on to how we present it. So in our policy forum, we were discussing what points we need to make clear, what sort of actions we want to see from our governments, and that's when, you know, different organisations are really important to consult, because we've had a range of organisations at the conference today, and they each come with their own manifestos. So some of us will reach out to them and understand what sort of research and what sort of actions, what sort of lived experiences are feeding those actions, so that we can implement them as well, so that we are prepared and ready.
Yes. And later on today, you're seconding a resolution on the end of public funding to weapons companies supplying weapons to Israel. And I'm sure you've been watching the news this morning with the signing of the deal in Tel Aviv today.
Yeah, so I think to Keir Starmer, I would have to say, I know it's Donald Trump, but I'm going to look closer to home, and I'll say to Keir Starmer, a little too late. This ceasefire should have happened a long time ago. We would have prevented the loss of so many civilian innocent lives, and I'm talking of both Jewish and Palestinian lives, because they have both been caught in this, in one government's genocidal ideology, and that's the frank state of it, and that's what we've been saying on our conference speeches, right from First Minister and from what the guests we're hearing today. So it is welcome, it's too late, and I only hope that we stick to peace going forward and a two-state solution. Yeah.
And
that's what I was discussing with Neve. Are we sticking to the ceasefire? Because we have seen many ceasefires, and
exactly.
We hope the children of Gaza will get the peace ultimately.
Yeah.
As you said, like, you know, they had horrible life and past 2 years and maybe beyond that, but hopefully they will stick to the system. And they're talking about the anti-racism. Can you please, if that is okay, and I don't know. So if it has to be confidential, like, you know.
No.
So how are you going to train people, and what are the measures we should do? Because I have seen quite often on social media, some people, they don't know what they are doing, like, you know. So how are you going to train? You mentioned about the training, and the awareness of the public awareness. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked that, because we actually, the SNP BAME Network actually passed a motion on anti-racism education.
Yeah.
And in that motion, we were very clear that it's important that our educators have mandatory training on anti-racism education, so that they are themselves aware, can check their own biases, and then so that they're not passing that on through the education system. Because in this workshop we had just now, we looked at what influences our thoughts and ideas. So issues like the media came up, issues like education came up, which is a very strong point, which is why we are targeting in sectors like the education sector, the media landscape, how we report on issues, how we stereotype. Because we do have unconscious biases, no matter what background you come from. And it was a very important question that the trainer asked. She said, when we stereotype, if an individual from a group we know that we're used to does something wrong, we focus on that individual. But for groups we don't know, they're seen as either exotic, unusual, or criminal. And when they do something wrong, we stereotype that whole group. So that was a very important lesson that we needed to learn. And we're like, if we can just focus on the individual behaviour of the group we know, why can't we focus on the individual behaviour of groups we don't know? That's unconscious bias there.
Yeah. Since you said about the stereotyping, I have quite often heard from the Immigrant Association when I have discussed with them, from Dundee. Recent events happened in the universities. You might have been aware of that. Obviously, you will be. So it was more of youngsters attacking the immigrants. So can we discuss on that? You know, so how, because people will tend to stereotype and say that, like, now, the young white young generation is attacking the young international immigrants. So how can we not stereotype that? How can we educate these associations or whoever is talking about and stereotyping? How can we do that?
Yeah, so I think we need to first of all start that it's important not to collectively stereotype groups. So I'm very careful with my own language. I don't say young people are targeting, because we need to look at individual behaviour. So we need to ensure that that message filters through and stays, that it's never about stereotyping groups. We need to look at individual behaviours, number one. As for young people, we need to look at where they're getting their information from.
Sorry, maybe my question was wrong. How can we educate them and say that not to stereotype, and when they see these young generation, the entire generation, stereotyping them and saying that, these are the ones. No, it is the individuals. We have to think about the individual. How are you going to educate this?
Through education. And ensuring that our family structures are aware. As adults, we also have responsibility, because we are also teaching and imparting knowledge to our children as well. So that's why it's really important from education, from what we learn in the home, in our society. So I think to answer that, it's actually down to individual responsibility of the adults in the room.
So we all are responsible.
We all have individual responsibility,
And that was something that was discussed in that anti-racism education resolution as well, that these efforts do exist in certain places, but it's not as widespread or consolidated as it should be, and that was one of the core points of the resolution, wasn't it? Was getting it implemented as widely as possible.
Exactly.
Maybe because those groups were complaining about the youngsters, because the youth of this country was always open and welcoming and things like that. So from one individual, so if a different kind of reaction happens, people will tend to get afraid and scared and stay back and think what's happening. Do you think reforms influence is there in the universities and the younger generation?
I think, we're seeing on a global scale the dangerous rise of the far right, and that's something that the SNP has been very clear on that we need to tackle. And we've had a very important discussion throughout conference about how social media is promoting the far right rhetoric as well, and it's down to algorithms that people see on their social media. That's why I noticed that the UK government have been very strong on restricting content for young people. They passed legislation recently that restricted access to certain websites for young people as well. And it's because of where they're consuming that information, and the far right are utilising social media so well. That's why that's where young people are. So they know where they're targeting. So another thing that we need to look at is media companies. We need to have tighter regulation on how they use their algorithms, because even as an adult I can linger on one far right video and then the next day I will see that's the content that I will keep receiving because of algorithms. But then I'm in a position where I understand I am receiving far right content, so I can be like, no, I don't agree with that. But just think about a young person, when we're at that impressionable age, that's what they might consume and think it's right and think it's normal. So social media does have a lot to answer for and responsibility there to change things. Yeah.
How do we tackle that? Through legislation, you say?
Yes, through legislation, and also the proactive willpower of social media companies, because it's ultimately down to them. They shouldn't have to wait for legislation to be able to make these changes.
Do you think the schools and universities should have some mandatory classes against the racism?
So I think the mandatory classes should be for the teachers, because they will impact that knowledge onto students. But as for students, we've got to consider that we can't make too many courses mandatory for every degree subject, because then we'll see how that will impact the workload, because there's so many courses that so many of us want to make mandatory, and how many can they do? So I think it's important that we make it mandatory for the educators. GDPR training is mandatory. We can make anti-racism education mandatory as well.
And that was something that was discussed yesterday on the programme, wasn't it? A resolution about tackling online disinformation. I think the proposal, yes, you got very excited.
Yes, because I actually know the proposer of that legislation, and of that motion, and that motion was actually written by students, which is what's making me really happy. And it just shows that young people are engaging in democracy that way and recognising that disinformation is a problem. So yes, it was addressed through there, and it's important that young people are leading the way because they can educate themselves in the process. Yeah.
It's wonderful to know that, isn't it? But youngsters are the one who is using this, getting the information, and when they realize it's the wrong information, they will feel very down. And you're right, so exciting to know that the youngsters are leading the way of tackling the misinformation.
It's very empowering, letting people know that they can be empowered to be in control of what they consume, and also critically think as well. Critical thinking is really important to impact at a young age as well. So, that's why education is so important, because education is what we go through at younger stages of our lives.
Yeah.
What do you think are some of the best sort of strategies that can be implemented practically to sort of start bringing about more of that critical thinking in young people with regards to what they see online?
Yeah, so I think looking at our curriculum structures, for example, and ensuring that from an earlier stage young people are being made aware of the way news is displayed online, how to fact check. I think that's very important to impact from a young age. Also social media use as well. I think getting young people to stop and think, is what I'm looking at real, and can I look at other sources and see in what they're saying there, is this a reputable site I'm looking at just now? Because we also have AI generated content now. That's another problem, so that you could be looking at something that's not real. So, and that's quite a dangerous position to be in. So that's why it's important, because we're looking at the age group. Young people are on social media, even though there's an age limit, young people can get on younger than that, because it's quite easy to get around that age barrier to join social media. So that's why it's important that we equip them with critical thinking from earlier stages of their education.
But do you see, because you're working with a lot of younger people, have you seen any change in the current young generation are more into critical thinking and analysing and researching what they are seeing and viewing than the previous generation. Do you think that's happening?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, because I feel that social media is moving faster. The changes to social media are moving faster than we can actually impact that critical thinking knowledge. So I think, it's moving at such a pace that we need to try and catch up. So we can say that young people are more critical at thinking, but we can also say at the same time that social media is moving much faster. So, it's a very difficult situation we're in. Yeah.
And thank you so much for your time with us, Fatima. I think we're about to move through to the mainstream of the conference where everything kicks off with Kate Forbes' speech. So thank you very much for joining us today to talk about all the work you've been doing. We look forward to seeing the resolutions discussed later this afternoon.
And she's been a fearless champion for her constituents, ensuring that the voice of the Highlands are at the very heart of our SNP government. And while she has announced that she will stand down from elected office next year, I know that she will be a formidable asset to the SNP and will remain a formidable asset to the cause of independence on our journey. Friends, will you please welcome to the podium Scotland's Deputy First Minister, Kate Forbes, MSP.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angela, and Mathin Va. What a turnout on a Monday morning. It is the last day of conference, and what a conference it has been. Here we are in Aberdeen, the great granite city, the energy capital of Europe, the jewel in the crown of our economy. Because the North East has powered our economy for decades. It's developed and exported cutting-edge technology, and it is home to Scotland's brightest and best workers. And billions of pounds of tax revenues generated here have bankrolled the UK Treasury for years. Those tax revenues frittered away on unjust wars and pet projects rather than being invested in future generations. We don't need to ask, what if it had been different? Because a stone's throw away across the North Sea, Norway's oil fund is estimated at just over $2 trillion. Let that sink in. In Norway, child poverty is low. Welfare support is fair. They can weather economic instability. Meanwhile, what's happened here in the energy capital of Europe over the last year under a Labour government? Higher fuel bills for you and for me, cuts to welfare support for disabled people, and months of worry for pensioners in fuel poverty. What a contrast to other small independent nations. Conference, we can't unpick the past, as much as we would like to. But we can write a better future, one that will never tolerate fuel poverty in an energy-rich nation like ours. And we can only do that with independence. Conference, in the last year, Labour have followed the decades-old pattern of exploiting Scotland's energy revenues by extending and increasing the Tories' energy profits levy, making hundreds of workers redundant and creating an unjust transition. In a classic move by this Labour government, they accept the 78% tax rate is costing jobs, but they won't do anything about it for another 5 years. So we call on the Chancellor today, don't wait. Replace the destructive fiscal regime at the next budget with a fair one that protects workers and enables the energy transition. I know that there are some people right now who are apprehensive about the future. And so I want to speak directly to you. We have your back. We get it, because the SNP will always stand side by side with our workers. Conference, we are a very lucky nation, a twice blessed nation, with the discovery of oil and gas 40 years ago and the enormous potential of renewable energy today. And it's not a binary choice between our past and our future, it's a transition, and it must be a just one. The past saw our energy industry bankroll the UK Treasury, but the SNP will champion fairer investment directly in communities with the growth of renewable energy. The past saw thousands of workers in good, well-paid jobs, but the SNP's focus will see thousands more in our supply chain, reindustrialising, restoring our manufacturing base. Because while other parties look backwards, we look forwards. Conference, that is leadership. We are leading the world in the innovation, technology and commercialisation of renewable energy. That's why it's so bewildering that the UK government would rather focus on the distraction of new nuclear rather than on Scotland's renewables potential. It will take longer, it'll be more expensive, it'll increase bills, and it will leave our communities to deal with dangerous nuclear waste. So, Conference, let us be clear with the Labour government today. Scotland will not be the UK's nuclear playground. Just last week, we saw for the first time global renewable energy generation surpassing coal as the world's biggest source of electricity. And I'm clear that in Scotland, our natural resources, our wind and water, must deliver benefits for every Scottish citizen. It must create good, well-paid jobs for you, so you don't have to worry about feeding your family or heating your home. It must leave a legacy of better infrastructure, so our ports, harbours and roads are upgraded and expanded. And it must deliver national economic prosperity that lifts up every community and eradicates child poverty for good. Many of the opportunities are in the supply chain, in the small and medium-sized Scottish businesses and the ports and the harbours that are at the heart of our communities. That's why we're investing £500 million in the supply chain, leveraging 3 times that much from the private sector. And let me tell you some stories about where that's happening well. In Kishorn, on the Highland West Coast, our investment in the port is bringing families back to a community that felt forgotten. Many of you will recall Kishorn was a thriving industrial site in the 60s and 70s, creating work for hundreds of locals who might otherwise have left. But it grew quiet when work dried up in the 80s. No lights on in hundreds of homes. Fewer children in the local primary schools. Businesses struggling to stay afloat, persistent depopulation, Conference, an unjust transition. But under the SNP, that is all changing, because as we speak this morning, it is a hive of activity as contractors on site reclaim land and build a new quay for the pipeline of work in renewables. Hundreds of new jobs, and Conference, that is leadership. And on the East Coast, our investment in Ardasir with partners is developing one of Europe's largest energy facilities for offshore wind. Not just the biggest in Scotland, although that would be impressive, but one of the biggest in Europe. Conference, that is also leadership. And from west to east and now further south in Ayrshire, in an area of lower wages and falling population, XLCC is building the UK's largest subsea cable factory at the former Hunterston site in Ayrshire. But the real benefit here is the investment in training the next generation. The point is, conference, under the SNP, more apprenticeships, better wages, new jobs, hope of a just transition. And conference, that is the leadership you can expect from the SNP. Conference, in 2014, do you remember that we were told that Scotland couldn't afford to be independent? Well, conference, I tell you today that we can't afford not to be independent. And this time, our economic prosperity will not be squandered by a distant UK government. This time, our success will be shared, our wealth will leave nobody behind, and our future will be better than our past. Conference, if only we could see ourselves as the rest of the world sees Scotland, we would have all the self-belief and the self-confidence that we need to choose independence. In the run-up to the next election, every party will set out their strategy on our economy. Times are tough. Your bills keep rising, but average real wages in the UK have flatlined, with almost no change since the financial crisis almost 20 years ago. When it comes to inequality, growth and productivity in the UK, these are not temporary problems, they're terminal. Almost 2 decades of Westminster austerity has undermined living standards. It's hampered productivity and it has stifled innovation. The current UK system displays a persistent level of geographic inequality with an unhealthy and unstable reliance on London. So what's Labour's solution to these terminal problems? Well, Labour's ambition for Scotland is to be more like England, for our national parliament at Holyrood to mirror Westminster, for Edinburgh to emulate London, and Glasgow to replicate Manchester. They claim that is what would deliver economic success. Well, conference, let's just clarify that point. The latest ONS statistics say that GDP per head in Edinburgh is higher than in London, and GDP in Greater Glasgow is higher than in Greater Manchester. So I hate to break it to Labour, but trying to be more like England would actually make Scotland poorer. And when it comes to workers, we also know what Labour will do. The closure of the Grangemouth refinery was a dark day in Scotland's industrial heritage. Only months before then, Anas Sarwar stood in front of a television camera next to our leader and told the nation that his Westminster colleagues would, and I quote, step in and save the jobs. But as soon as Labour got into government, they did neither. Now, maybe Sarwar got mixed up, because Labour did indeed step in and save the jobs, but not at Grangemouth, at Scunthorpe. One site saved and one site abandoned by Labour. In contrast, workers can always depend on the SNP to do everything within our power to save jobs. Back in June, proud Scottish bus manufacturer Alexander Dennis announced a plan which would have discontinued production at Falkirk and suspended production at Larbert. 400 roles were at risk of redundancy. And Scotland faced the prospect of losing our bus manufacturing capacity for good. A century of automotive excellence in central Scotland would have ended. The SNP government would not let that happen. And whilst the Labour Party chased headlines, carped from the sidelines and claimed that Metro mayors would save the day, the SNP got to work. With the support of trade unions and the company, we reached agreement on the principles of a furlough scheme. That was the first time ever that the Scottish Government supported a furlough scheme. It was an innovative, exceptional intervention to act as a bridge to sustainably support hundreds of Scottish jobs. Conference, that is leadership. In a few short months, the people of Scotland will go to the polls to choose their next government. And at that election, we have a choice: to rely on Labour's empty promises that let down the workers of Grangemouth and Alexander Dennis, or to vote for a party, the SNP, who will always stand up for our people, and a First Minister, John Swinney, who stands head and shoulders above the opposition. The choice is stark: empty slogans with Labour or a proud record of delivery with the SNP. Under the SNP, we are the fastest growing start-up nation in Europe, with a strong base of entrepreneurial activity. Tech investment grew by 120% between 2020 and 2024. We built the Scottish National Investment Bank to support and de-risk investment in housing, net zero and innovation. We pioneered the TechScaler programme, which I firmly believe will go down as one of the greatest economic interventions in the last decade. We introduced free bus travel for young people, reducing the cost of getting to work, college or university. We removed peak fares on our railways to support workers and get people spending money in our pubs, restaurants, shops and high streets. Our workers, teachers, nurses, police officers have the highest starting salary in the UK, and the Scottish Child Payment, a payment not available anywhere else in the UK, is directly lifting children out of poverty. Conference, that is leadership. So, Conference, I hope I'm giving you the impression that I'm really proud of what this party has delivered for the economy. We're laying the foundations of an independent Scotland. With the limited powers of devolution, the SNP has always tried to deal with the immediacy of our economic challenges, but also focusing on the long-term opportunities for future generations. The Unionists want to limit Scotland's ambitions with a parochial focus on a broken UK economy. Conference, our horizons are so much broader. We look beyond our borders to the small, agile, independent economies like Ireland, Denmark and Finland, countries which thrive while the UK languishes behind. Those nations show us what is possible for Scotland. They are a vision of Scotland's future, while Westminster is a shadow of the past. And Conference, we stand together to say to the people of Scotland, this is not as good as it gets. A better future is possible with the fresh start of independence, and that is exactly what the SNP will offer the people of Scotland. Conference, there is one immediate risk to our ambitions for the economy, and I'll be honest, it really worries me. During my time in government, I've spoken to hundreds, perhaps thousands of businesses, small and large. They're ambitious, they're investing, they're excited to grow. But in order to grow, they need workers, just as the Labour Party tries to out-reform reform and pull up the drawbridge on migration. There has been a political consensus in Scotland for many years about the value of people choosing to come and live, work or study in Scotland. That political consensus has been shattered by Reform, the Tories and Labour. And Conference, for the sake of our values, the sake of our economy, the SNP totally and utterly rejects the depressing, denigrating narrative against migration. we need people to come here, and we need them to contribute to our society, our communities, and our economy. And the SNP will always offer a warm welcome, because conference, that is leadership. Conference, I want to end with a thank you. It's been an enormous privilege to represent the people of Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch for almost a decade. It's a vast area, as you know, but so special. Canna, Rum, Muck and Egg, the Ardnamurchan Peninsula, Razzie and Skye, all the villages south and north of Loch Ness, Fort William under the shadow of Ben Nevis, Glencoe and Kinlochleven, Canusie, Aviemore, Dalwhinnie and Newtonmore nestled in the Cairngorms, the marked town of Dingwall and the fertile soil of the Black Isle. The landscapes are breathtaking and the people are resilient, and it has been my privilege, a privilege beyond measure, to serve these communities on behalf of the SNP. And I am deeply proud to have been part of the SNP government as Finance Secretary and Deputy First Minister, securing many of the economic building blocks to smooth our transition to an independent nation. But I'll let you into a secret as I close. My dream job was always to serve as Minister for Gaelic. The language of my forebears, stigmatised and beaten out of them, but passed on to me through Gaelic medium education. And one of my last acts in government has been establishing both Gaelic and Scots as official languages through the Scottish Languages Act. And I think that if anything symbolises our journey as a nation, it is the increasing self-confidence of Gaelic speakers. Young Scots learning and living in a language that used to bring scorn. This week, at the Mod in Fort William, thousands of people will showcase the best of Scotland's arts and culture, music, poetry, sport and art, and the numbers of participants are growing every year. Conference, we have always believed in the talents and the creativity of our people, and after 18 years in government, our young people are prouder than ever of their Scottish culture. We have always believed in the talents and creativity of our people, and that is on display this week in Fort William. We stand tall, proud of what we've achieved and inspired by our future, proud of our languages, our customs, our culture. We don't believe that we're any better than other independent nations, but we do believe that we are just as good. Conference, do you know what I see here today? And do you know what I see in this nation we call home? I see self-confidence. I see self-belief. And I see hope. Thank you, Conference, for always inspiring me. Tap live.
Well, thank you very much for that little pocket size of 5'2" inspiration that goes a long, long way, and we wish you all every success and happiness in the future, Kate, but we are so relieved that you'll no be a stranger.
Not at all.
So, Conference, we have some resolutions to attend to this morning. and we are on Resolution 21. And can I invite my good friend and colleague, Kevin Stewart, MSP, to move the resolution entitled Scotland's Power. Kevin, come to the stage, please.
Thank you very much, Convener, and welcome to Europe's energy capital, the great city of Aberdeen. But I have to be honest, Conference, and say that this city, which has been a powerhouse when it comes to the economy, is worried. There is a great fear out there about Aberdeen's future and about jobs. Let me tell you, Conference, that in the UK, there are 154,000 energy jobs. That's 1 in every 215 jobs in these islands. But here, in this northeast corner of Scotland, 1 in every 6 people in work are working in the energy industry. And their fear is that the UK Labour government are seeming to do all that they can to destroy the prosperity that exists here. The Deputy First Minister just mentioned the Energy Profits Levy. That is hollowing out the oil and gas industry long before its time. And Ed Miliband, Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves need to listen to the industry and get rid of the unfair Energy Profits Levy, which is costing us jobs in the here and now. Hundreds of billions of pounds have flowed from this northeast corner of Scotland, from the North Sea to the Treasury in London. Money that has been squandered on nuclear weapons, on illegal wars, and policies which have not benefited our people here in the northeast or anyone in Scotland. And meanwhile, Norway sits in a $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund. They have invested in their future while Westminster has squandered Scotland's assets. And that has to change. And we have been made promises. We have been made promises here in Aberdeen that GB Energy would provide thousands of jobs in this city. That then became 2,000 jobs, dropped to 1,000, and thus far we have had a handful of jobs. That is not good enough, Conference. Aberdeen, the North East, Scotland deserves better. We were also promised that Labour would cut our household energy bills by £300. And instead, what we have is a situation that since they have come to power, energy bills have increased by £200. What is that about? They have failed dismally. And meanwhile, people here in this energy-rich city, as elsewhere in Scotland, are living in fuel poverty. That, Conference, is not good enough. And we can do much, much better. And we must do much, much better. We, Scotland, have the energy. All we need now is the power. Scotland's power to make our own decisions, to save jobs, to get rid of fuel poverty for good, and to create an environment that is good for all. Conference, I would urge you to back this city, back the North East of Scotland, back future jobs, and vote for this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And can I invite Dr. Alistair Allen to the stage, please? Dr. Allen, another well-Kent Gaelic speaker, is going to second the motion, the resolution in front of us. Welcome, Alistair.
Conference, as the motion says, and as Kevin has very eloquently, as always, said, Scotland is on the cusp of a renewables revolution here in Aberdeen. And we have every reason, Conference, to be proud of that fact. And we have every reason to be proud too of the ongoing contribution of the oil and gas industry that shaped this city and which will provide many of the skills that Scotland will need for the transition to other forms of energy as the North Sea basin matures. The Scottish Government is committed to making that a truly just transition, and a truly just transition that will address many of the real fears that Kevin rightly pointed to. Now, Conference, as you know, many of the powers, most of the powers, in fact, over energy are reserved to Westminster until our people, until our party unlocks them for Scotland with independence. But until that happens, Conference, we need the UK to recognise that though Scotland is an energy-rich country, an energy powerhouse, people, particularly in the north of Scotland, have among the highest electricity costs and amongst the highest fuel poverty anywhere in Europe, and that the price of electricity acts as a brake on moving to new and cleaner ways to heat our houses and to generate electricity. Conference, we need the UK to take an interest in those facts. And if they won't, then as Kevin very ably said, Scotland doesn't just need the energy, Scotland needs the power.
Thank you very much, Alistair. And can I invite Robert Leslie from Orkney to come to the stage. Robert is going to speak for the resolution, and Robert will be followed by George Bruce.
Conference, in 2015, I was a first-time speaker here on an Orkney resolution calling for the energy inequity that households relying on electric heating faced. My case was eloquently supported by another first-time speaker that day, Kate Forbes. Our careers have taken slightly different paths, but we both await a UK government that has the political will to resolve the glaring inequity where folk on electric heat pay 4 times more for a unit than those on gas. I've worked on the front line of energy support and advice for 15 years. The fuel poverty charity I helped set up 10 years ago became a lifeline during the pandemic and then the energy crisis. Electricity in energy-rich Orkney is heavily rationed, despite our islands having generated more clean green electricity than we consume every year since 2013. I've visited a house where a candle was being burned under an upturned ceramic flower pot propped up on wood to provide heat in the sitting room. The electric storage heating was switched off. Other houses burn imported gas bottles because the local electricity is too expensive. This is utter madness, a massive inequity, and must end. In 2017, I supported... In 2017, I supported 73 households with energy issues, sometimes up to 8 contacts until issues were resolved. So 131 contacts in total. By 2024, I supported 152 households with 418 contacts in total. One household needed 28 individual interventions with the supply company before they got the right meter. This is Britain's broken private energy system. It breaks people, makes them physically and mentally ill as they sit in cold, damp homes. I, myself, went through counselling last winter as the work of supporting folk with complex, time-consuming engagement with energy suppliers and not being able to get the fixes quickly enough impacted on my own mental health. One pensioner whose prepayment meter broke continued to top it up for fear of going into debt, as he struggled to get a supplier to replace the meter. Once I found him, it was still 7 months before we got the meter replaced and persuaded that supplier to send him a cheque for the £1,500 that he had overpaid them. We shouldn't have to fight to get folks' money back for them. But it doesn't need to be like this. In the Canadian province of Quebec, the Liberal government in 1962 drew up plans to take energy into public ownership. And in May 1963, having won an election on that platform, they bought the 11 private companies and merged them into Hydro-Quebec. Fuel poverty in that province is 7%. Imagine if Scotland could emulate Quebec. Meanwhile, UK Labour refuses to implement the recommendation of its own Climate Change Committee and cut electricity prices by 19% by removing levies from bills. High prices are blocking decarbonisation, we are told. But folk on electric heat in Orkney, Shetland, the Western Isles and across rural Scotland have long since decarbonised, but were punished instead of being rewarded. We urgently need these powers to create energy fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for your service in tackling fuel poverty. Now over to George. 3 minutes, Max.
Morning, conference. First, I must apologise for my voice. It appears that the good times at conference have been slightly too much for me. Conference, Scotland is a leader in generation, but as we've wonderfully heard from Robert, there is inequity in our system, which means what we produce is not affecting our people in the way it should, and that is an injustice we need to change. If you cast down your eyes along the East Coast Conference, you will see the leadership we have. We have the world's deepest fixed wind farm at 58 metres. We will soon have the world's biggest wind farm that has just been consented. And conference, we are a true leader in floating technology, which will turn the offshore area into a gold mine for our people, or at least it should. However, conference, it will not work for us until we have the ability to tailor the system for ourselves, because the failures of the electricity system in this country hit Scotland the hardest. How is it that the place with the best generation is the place where the costs are highest, where the opportunities to reduce costs are not taken, where energy poverty is at its very, very worst, conference? How is that fair? Conference, we will never convince the people of this country outside this room that renewable energy is our future when they look at the meter and they see their costs going up, they look outside the window and they see generation like this. We need to make that case, and we need to bring the power to Scotland. Conference, in the brief time I have before Angela turns me off, I just want to use one word for you, which I hope you have not heard before. That word is tenuos. Tenuos. That is the transmission network use of system. And if there's any example of how this system does not work, how it is broken, it is tenuos. What the system means is if you generate electricity in this part of the country or north, you are then charged huge amounts to transmit that energy down to the south. Why is that? Because they say the demand is down there, our generation is up here, so surely we must pay to take it down there. How is that a fair system? Conference. But before I am really cut off, because I'm starting to get looks, what tenuos does is it means an energy generator in Scotland is charged 20% more to take that electricity down south, and if you're in the south of England, that same system pays you 7% to put it into the grid. Now, Scotland, we have the generation, but we need the power. Support this resolution. Thank you.
Conference, there are no requests to speak against this resolution. Can I put it to you that we pass this by acclaim, please? And we move on to Resolution 22, and can I invite Tommy Shepherd to the stage to move the resolution. And this resolution is with respect to Scotland's industrial and energy future. Welcome, Tommy, and up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Conference, I move this on behalf of the SNP Trade Union Group after consultation with the STUC and other policy experts in the field. By the middle of this century, two of the most important commodities in the world will be fresh, clean water and renewable energy. Scotland is blessed with an abundance in both. Already, we generate more electricity from renewable sources than we consume, more than 25% of our total energy mix. And that proportion will increase as decarbonisation takes place in transport and in heating. So that is the opportunity that we have. But that is only the beginning, because already plans are in place for a tenfold expansion in offshore wind, which means that fields which had 100 turbines will have 1,000. Fields that produced 1 gigawatt of power will produce 10. This is a vast resource which would be the envy of any other country in the world. It has the potential for our prosperity. It has the potential to keep us warm, to power our infrastructure, and to generate wealth through exports. But that potential only comes if we seize the opportunity before us and choose the right path. At the moment, most of our renewable sources are controlled by a small number of large corporations. Now, I believe in a thriving sector, but the consequence of leaving it in the hands of the corporations is twofold. One, the profits that are made from this industry will be extracted and used for the benefit of other people, not for the people of Scotland. And two, by their nature, these corporations are resistant to public policy imperatives, particularly moves to protect people and the planet in their operations. And that is why we need an alternative path. We need to develop our energy sector in the future in a way which is under the control of the people of Scotland and is directly charged with benefiting all of the people who live in this country. Now, to do that properly, to do that to its fullest extent, we require the powers of an independent country. So like any other country, we can properly use our economic power to control this sector. But there is much that we can do as we fight to become independent with existing powers. The Scottish Government has recently published its Green Industrial Strategy, and that strategy recognises the role and the essence of having an active state in this process of development. This resolution today is about highlighting some of that activity that we can take. It suggests that we can and we should take equity stakes in renewable projects and companies through the Scottish National Investment Bank in return for commitments on social and economic objectives. It suggests that we should impose strict term limits on licensing so that future rounds can be used to ratchet up the degree of public equity and public control and accountability as those licenses go forward. And most of all, we should use this influence to build the supply chain benefits in this country. For decades, we will need to manufacture, build, install and maintain huge machines around our coast. We cannot go on for many more decades without the capacity to do that here in Scotland. Now, the 1998 Scotland Act perversely prohibits the Scottish Government from owning an electricity company. It doesn't do it with Wales, but it does it here. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't seek to have a national energy company. It means we need to be smart and go round the regulations about how we do it. And this resolution suggests we explore mutual options. We look at municipal options. We look at setting up national heating companies rather than national electricity companies. If we do these things, we can build already on existing things that are happening in communities and in local authorities around this country and create a network of not-for-profit supply generation. Conference, this is a compelling argument. It is about using the natural resources of our country to power our future. It must be at the centre of our campaign for the next election, and it must be at the centre of our campaign for independence. Please support the resolution.
Thank you very much, Tommy. And can I now invite Peter Henderson from Girvan, who's not a first-time speaker. Sorry, I'm now seeing things. Who is going to second the resolution in front of us. Warm welcome to you, Peter, and up to 3 minutes.
Convener, Conference, thank you very much. As I say, my name is Peter Henderson. I'm from Girvan and South Carrick branch, but I'm also on the Trade Union Executive and helped formulate this motion. I would give you a little bit of history just so you know that what I'm talking about. For my sins, I used to be Director General for Customs and Excise. So I have worked with developing policies in various jurisdictions all over the world. This motion sets out in clear terms, and I ask you very seriously to read it. Take it all in. It's not a glib motion. We as a party must take the opportunity to gain equity stakes in renewable energy projects. To do less would mean we'll fail as a country. The other thing is utilising the established now Scottish National Investment Bank to invest and make sure that when a renewable company is set up, the trade unions are immediately recognised. They are giving standards for fair work, that they do get all the benefits that the industry needs. I believe the party essentially has skirted with investment from overseas, and they've used one or two major companies to look into that. Well, I can tell you from my previous job, I've prosecuted those major companies, and I would do so again. They are not here to lead you, they're not here to guide you, they're to make profit for the private companies. The second part of the motion states that appropriate ownership, time limits and active breaks clauses should be included. And appropriate leases would be in place, as well as the final planning leases. This is important. When you toy with a large overseas investor, they will try and get what they need. They won't pay attention to Scotland. They won't pay attention to the workers. They will just get what they want. Focusing investment on domestic industries and developing local supply chains such as transport, energy, construction, manufacturing and housing, using offshore wind for supplies, is vital that we do this. That is the way we will progress as a country. To do less, we will go backwards. Investing in training and support schemes for oil and gas workers as they currently exist, because that's where our workforce exists. That's who can transform Scotland. Without them, we won't get anywhere. And I notice my time is up. I'll just finally add, please, Scotland invented the modern world. Don't tell us we can't do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And there are no requests to speak again this resolution, and therefore can I put it to conference that this is passed by acclaim, please. Okay, we are moving swiftly on to Resolution 23, which is on nuclear energy, and I would like to invite Bill Kidd, MSP, to move the resolution, and the resolution will be seconded by George Adam, MSP. So welcome to the stage, Bill.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes.
Just to emphasise that I am a first-time speaker, so thank you. I just said that so I'd get a round of applause at some point during the day, but there you go. Anyway, look, good morning, conference, and, well, let's face it, independence. And do we get to decide on whether we're landed with nuclear weapons and stations here in our Scotland and our future, with toxic waste as its legacy? Do we get to decide that? It's not on, and we have to stop it taking place, whether under Starmer or some other toxic BAM pot at Westminster. Conference, Scotland has a quarter of Europe's renewable energy potential. We don't need, we don't want, and we won't allow nuclear energy plants to be built here to poison our future for generations to come. And I'll tell you, our SNP government is committed to capitalising on Scotland's renewable resources. I never thought I'd say SNP government and capitalising in the same sentence, but I've just done it there just now. But we are. We are committed to it, and we want to produce high-quality jobs with renewable resources, stimulating economic growth to fight poverty and fund strong public services. That's the future for Scotland, not nuclear power stations. It's not nuclear power Scotland needs, it's the full powers of independence. And we can take full control of Scotland's resources and use them for the benefit of all of our citizens, lowering bills and improving energy security. That's the way forward. Conference, the Scottish Government takes a stance against new nuclear fission projects in Scotland. Renewables are cheaper and very definitely safer, as well as supporting more employment than nuclear power does at any time. Nuclear power stations in Scotland, nuclear weapons in Scotland, new Labour in Scotland, no to the lot of them. You know, I speak mostly against nuclear weapons. Nuclear power is not something that always crosses my mind, actually, but it really should, because there are no nuclear weapons without nuclear power, and that's something that people need to keep in mind. And let's face it, it's no big surprise that Mr Starmer and Labour want to have nuclear power, because they're heavily in favour of nuclear weapons, in spite of anything that anybody might say. It's a fact. We are in real danger in this world with nuclear power being expanded across countries. We need to make sure that we do something about it. We can't just sit back and allow it to take place. So when Starmer, if he eventually makes up his mind before next year's elections, when we become independent anyway, when Starmer says that he's in favour of new nuclear power stations, £40 billion being spent of public money on these things, then we have to stand up and speak out against him. We have to stand up and speak out against him in the Scottish Parliament. We have to stand up and speak out against him in the Westminster Parliament. We have to stand up and speak out against them across Scotland. There's only one way to go, and that is independence and the right to decide for ourselves. Yes? Yes. So I'm not going to take up an awful lot of your time, because I've already said everything that's worth saying. And anyway, I would have much preferred to be able to sit down amongst you and watch myself on the screen. So, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I'm somewhat speechless. Can I invite George Adam, Paisley's MSP, onto the stage to second the resolution, please?
Thank you, Angela. Of all these years of working together, you're on message with Paisley's MSP. You know, the branding that we've had in Paisley since 2011 is myself as Paisley's MSP. But how would I start in this after listening to my friend and colleague, Bill Kidd, earlier on? Bill has spoken in these issues with nuclear energy being one of them, but also nuclear weapons for a very, very long time. And I know Bill will be won't be standing for election next year, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Bill for all the work that he's actually done in this issue. Conference, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this vital resolution, and can I be absolutely clear right from the very beginning? Labour's nuclear fantasy is not just misguided, it's dangerous, it's extortionate, and it represents a fundamental betrayal of the promises they made to the people of Scotland. We were told that Labour would bring down energy bills, but not just that. We were promised by Anas Sarwar, he told the people of Scotland, read my lips, no austerity under Labour. Well, that aged well. Anas Sarwar's lips said no to austerity, but Labour's Westminster Chancellor couldn't even read them when it came to budget time. Conference, that will be the shortest chapter in the big Labour book of broken promises. But we were promised a new era of affordable clean energy. Yet what do we see? Nearly £40 billion. £40 billion being poured into over-budget nuclear fission projects like Sizewell C, where costs are already doubled since the plans were originally laid. That's money that could transform our renewable energy infrastructure. That's money that could insulate every home in Scotland. Instead, it's been swallowed by nuclear white elephants that won't produce a single watt of power for decades. And let's talk about those decades, Conference, because while Keir Starmer's plans to these nuclear stations within touching distance of communities across the country, he's conveniently silent about what happens to radioactive waste. That waste remains lethally dangerous, not for years, thousands of years. We're talking about a toxic legacy that will outlive every civilisation we currently know. And Labour wants to dump it in the doorsteps across these islands, leaving a legacy of toxic decay for our children and our grandchildren and their grandchildren to deal with. Conference, the evidence is crystal clear. Nuclear power is not the safe option. It's not the cheap option. It's extortionate. It takes decades to build, and the toxic waste presents an unacceptable risk to local communities. This isn't progress. This is a toxic legacy that will be passed down generations. Meanwhile, here in Scotland, we've shown there's a better way. Our Scottish Government stance against new nuclear fission projects isn't ideological stubbornness, it's evidence-based common sense, because renewables are cheaper, they're safer, they're quicker to deploy, and crucially, they support more employment than nuclear ever would. Conference, Scotland's future lies in harnessing our natural resources to produce clean, green energy to benefit our people and our planet, not in radioactive gambles that mortgage our children's future to pay for Labour's nuclear obsession. Conference, I urge you to support this resolution. Let's stand up for communities, let's stand up for the evidence, and let's stand with Scotland's renewable future, a future that will provide the power and the clean energy we all want and need.
Thank you, George. And can I now invite Alan Brown to the stage, please? Alan is from the Loudon branch, and Alan Brown will speak to the remit back, please. Welcome to Alan.
Morning, Conference. I hate being that guy that's doing the remit back and looking like somebody being part of the awkward squad, especially I do agree with the fundamentals of the motion, and I don't want to contradict what my colleagues Bill and George said. My slight beef with the motion as it is It mentions almost £40 billion being spent in nuclear fission. Well, I would argue that doesn't go close enough to illustrating the scale of the economic madness that is the nuclear power policy in the UK. Hinkley Point C, which is under construction, the latest estimate for that is £46 billion. That was estimated last year. There's no doubt Hinkley Point C will reach £50 billion if it's completed. It was originally estimated to be £18 billion. So where is the immediate outcry about the madness of the spiralling costs there? Conference, every day my search engine gives me promotes a story about the ferries, because we know, let's not be kidding, the ferries are over budget and late. But why, oh why, is there not, as I say, that outcry about nuclear? Now, Sizewell C is going to cost at least £40 billion in itself, but there's no doubt that the cost for that will increase. And as George rightly said about toxic nuclear waste, now, Westminster try and tell us they actually classify nuclear power as clean and green. I mean, who's kidding who with that? But if we look at the facts, the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority estimates that the nuclear waste reprocessing at Sellafield is going to cost £136 billion over the next 100 years. So that's why I say it's nowhere near 40 billion. The nuclear madness is 50 billion, let's say, for Hinkley Point C. Sizewell C about the same, over £100 billion in nuclear waste reprocessing. And guess what, Conference? If Sizewell C goes ahead, the UK government is going to have to fund another geological deposit to store the nuclear waste, because there isn't enough room at Sellafield to take the new nuclear waste. Finland just built one, that's £2 billion. And the estimated lifetime cost of operating that geological deposit is £100 billion. So basically, Westminster signing us up to yet another £100 billion cost of nuclear waste. So, Conference, you might not know, I served at Westminster as an energy spokesperson. I spoke against the Sizewell C bill. It was a forlorn hope trying to educate Westminster about the madness of nuclear power and how that money should be much better invested elsewhere in renewables and in storage. Conference, it was difficult trying to educate them. I know I don't have to educate you, and it's a pleasure actually to be sitting in a room for once where people mostly agree with what I'm saying. So thank you, Conference. I don't like doing the remit back, but I just wanted to highlight that I think there's so much more to come, and there should be much greater emphasis on the waste of money and the waste that is nuclear.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Before I invite the next speakers, which is Innes Payton and Lynn Jardine, can I check the floor if there is a seconder for the remit back? No, there's not. So sorry about that, Alan. Oh, there is. Sorry, there is. Thank you. Can I now invite Innes Payton to the stage, please? Innes is going to speak against Resolution 23, and Innes is from West Hill, Kintore and Blackburn branch or CA, and Innes is a first-time speaker.
Hello delegates, hello conference. It's a pleasure to be in front of you for the first time today. It's been a pleasure to meet a lot of you for the first time this weekend as well. Now, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit more nervous being up here now after Deputy First Minister Kate Forbes directly opposed what I'm away to say, but I digress. I'm going to go over some of the misconceptions around nuclear energy and why I believe it should be a crucial part of Scotland's just energy transition. Nuclear energy is unjustly and disproportionately scaremongered by those who oppose it. Incidences like Chernobyl and Fukushima are made to be symptoms of nuclear energy, whereas that is just not true. If looking at deaths per terawatt per hour, only rooftop solar panels cause less than nuclear energy. This is less than wind, less than hydropower, and far less than any other fossil fuel. Nuclear energy is also one of the most regulated industries of energy. This means that communities that live near the plant the people that work in the plants and their families are not going to be in harm's way. In fact, if you live in a community within a mile's radius of a nuclear plant, the banana you have with your breakfast will give you more radiation than the nuclear plant will. Nuclear energy is also one of the cleanest sources of energy. It produces almost net zero carbon emissions, or any other greenhouse gases for that matter. When compared to other renewable sources, it produces the least amount of greenhouse gases per gigawatt hour of electricity. This is less than solar, less than wind, and less than hydropower. Then what about the nuclear waste, I hear you say? Well, 90% of nuclear waste is renewable. The other 10%, it's stored in containers deep underground. These containers are basically indestructible and don't leak any nuclear radiation. Of all nuclear radiation and waste that is ever produced, could fit into a football pitch. Compared to the energy that nuclear produces, this is minuscule. Uranium, the element used for nuclear fission, is one of the most energy-dense materials known to man, millions of times the density of any other fossil fuel. Delegates, I believe nuclear should be an integral part of Scotland's just energy transition. I'm not trying to make the point that we get rid of renewables and we solely focus on nuclear, but it could be a very integral part of the transition. This resolution will put forth and limit the capabilities of Scotland. It will limit employment and will restrict the potential of an independent Scotland. Scotland must not be left behind here. We cannot be scared of nuclear power with the potential it has. Delegates, I urge you to reject this resolution, to not allow Scotland to be left behind, and to acknowledge the gain of nuclear energy, and to support nuclear fission projects in Scotland. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Innes. I think it was very brave of a first-time speaker at our conference. And it's all voices for Scotland. So we appreciate you coming today, Innes, and giving your own perspective on this. It is, of course, appreciated and in the finest traditions of our party's democracy. Now, over to Lynn Jardine.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Conference. So I'm speaking to you as the only councillor here today who actually represents a community that hosts an operational nuclear power station at Torness in East Lothian. For more than 35 years, Torness has been a part of our local landscape and its economy. Generations have worked there with pride, professionalism, and the wages from that site have sustained families and small businesses across Dunbar and the wider area. So when we debate the future of nuclear power, we must acknowledge that for some communities, these aren't abstract choices, they're absolutely about their livelihood. Now, it might sound as if I'm about to talk against, but I'm absolutely not. Decommissioning at Torness is already planned. The workforce already faces some uncertainty, and we all face the long shadow of radioactive waste that will remain hazardous for thousands of years. That transition must be just, protecting jobs and investing in new opportunities, not leaving a skilled workforce behind. And that's why Labour's rush to pour almost 40 billion into new fission projects like Sizewell C feel absolutely wrong-headed. These plants take decades to build. The costs spiral, as we know. And the promise, power, never seems to arrive when it's needed. We're told the answer lies in so-called small modular reactors. But the evidence so far shows us that they remain unproven, eye-wateringly expensive per megawatt, and still create the nuclear waste. Their supposed advantage of being sited closer to where the energy is used also means that they would bring that risk closer to densely populated areas. It's a seductive sales pitch, but it's not a solution. And as candidate for Edinburgh North Western, I'm pretty sure that the communities around Corstorf and Murrayfield and Cramond and Queensferry will all think very seriously about the prospect of a small nuclear reactor being placed anywhere near Edinburgh. Scotland's real opportunity lies elsewhere. Renewables are already delivering faster, safer, cheaper, from offshore wind farms in the Forth to community-owned turbines powering local towns and businesses. And every pound spent on nuclear could create more jobs in renewable and grid upgrades, and crucially keep greater benefits in local hands. A fresh start for Scotland enables us the opportunity to deliver on our responsibility to manage the legacy of the past while building a clean energy future worth our people's skills and courage. Scotland's power should come from our wind, our tides and our ingenuity, not from repeating yesterday's mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. And as you've heard, Lynn's our candidate for Edinburgh North and Western. Can I check whether the mover of the remit back wishes or not to exercise their right to sum up? No. Okay, thank you, Alan. And can I check with Bill Kidd, MSP, whether or not he wishes to exercise his right to sum up? Okay, thank you, Bill. Okay, we're going to move straight to voting. And have your cards ready. So those in favour of the remit back, raise your cards now. Okay, cards down. And those who are against the remit back, cards up. Okay, hands down, please. The remit back is defeated resoundingly. Okay, in terms of the motion, the resolution in front of us, all those in favour of the resolution, raise your cards. Okay, hands down. And all those who are against the resolution, cards up. Okay, thank you. Hands down. The resolution is passed overwhelmingly. Thank you. Now, I would like to hand over to our party president, Maureen Watt, who is going to introduce the President's Prize. Very warm welcome to Maureen this morning.
Thank you very much, Angela. I'm delighted as your party president to be in a position of choosing and presenting the President's Prize for 2025. This must be what the Oscars is like. And this trophy is magnificent. Apparently, it's the last one of a job lot that were bought a few years ago, so it will become unique. But this is not the only prize, delegates, that you yourself can get involved in. Every year at the St Andrew's Dinner, which this year is on the 21st of November in the Marriott Hotel in Glasgow, you have a chance of nominating, for example, the Branch of the Year, Councillor of the Year, the Callum Cashley Staffer of the Year, Parliamentarian of the Year, the John Clark Activist of the Year, Special Recognition Award, and Lifetime Achievement Award. So after this conference, I'd like you to go on the website, or you can do it at the Independence magazine stand. Not only buy your tickets for the event, but put forward some nominations that we can then look at. Delegates, I make no apology for awarding this year's President's Prize to someone close to home. Why, you might ask? Because for years, for past presidents, I've been asking them to make this award to this person. I've known this worthy winner for many decades. We've canvassed together, leafleted together, fundraised together, and anything else that we all do for the cause of independence for many, many years. He's been a stalwart for so long. But it's not just the canvassing and leafleting that he's still doing in his 80s. It's all the other things that make him such a worthy winner. He is the mainstay of the Wallace 700 Association, which is now an annual event at the wonderful Wallace statue we have in Aberdeen, where he organises pipe bands, singers, poetry readers, and you name it, to make it a really great event. Then there's the Burns Club. I've never known a man attend so many Burns suppers during the season, honestly, all over Scotland. He goes there along with his wife, and they just love going to them. He also helps at the North East Burns competitions, which were used to be held, or I think still are, in my constituency that was in Portlethen. And he's there at the registration desk, welcoming nervous new competitors and their families. And John has organised himself so many Burns suppers for the party in Aberdeen and raising much needed funds. Then there's the Salter Society lunch, which he organises in November. And there we talk about the Scots language, and even throughout the year he organises talks about the Scots language and our Scottish heritage. Friends, I'm so glad I've kept all the emails from him over the years, because I'm sure I'd have forgotten most of these things, and I'm sure there's other things that I have missed out. He is also a regular attender, as most of us are, at branch meetings, regional assemblies, conferences, and St Andrew's Days dinners. And he still finds time to walk in our beloved hills and glens and do DIY for the family. And the list of his energy is boundless. So I hope you're getting the measure of the man. I have valued his chats and his observations and emails, often written in the Doric. His generosity of spirit, time, financial contributions and wisdom has been invaluable to many of us in Aberdeen in the North East. So I'm absolutely delighted that as President this year, I can award the prize to John Mackay. John, would you like to come up?
I thought you might say something like that.
Good morning, conference. I'm a first-time speaker. I didn't recognise the guy that Maureen was talking about. You know, I said to my wife, "Who the hell is that?" You know? I feel a wee bit of a fraud, because I can think of so many other folk, you know, who justify this. You know? Many of them sadly have passed away, you know, like Bert Tennant and Bruce Dockey. But I don't currently have a space on the mantelpiece, which I built, you know. But I will clear a space. And this may well be the last one in this design. If it's the last in the bucket, I'll have it with pride, you know, and show it off to my family and all the visitors come in. So thank you, and thank you very much, conference.
Well, thank you, Maureen, and Thank you, John, for your service, but also for your great humility, which is quite clearly a mark of the man and of many of those who have served for generations gone by, who have dedicated their life to Scotland's future for no benefit of their own, and their only focus has been that for the country that they love. Friends, the fraternal link between the Scottish National Party and Plaid Cymru is one with a clear goal to forge fairer and more prosperous nations through independence. And as we all face crucial elections in 2026 to take the SNP to a third decade in government, there is also hope for a nationalist government in Wales for the first time in the history of devolution. That means we must redouble our efforts to work together on this historic journey, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage our sister party's deputy leader in the Senate, Delyth Jewell.
Wel, alaba, haima vi eresh. Scotland, it's good to be back. Here in Aberdeen, this city of granite and fortress of stone, where dreams of another future are fast being born. I last addressed you here in 2019, a time that feels a world away from now. So much has changed in that short period. It was a time before the damage of Brexit had bitten to the bone, closing down borders and doors of opportunity. A time, too, before the ruinous reigns of Johnson and Truss. The years of torment from Westminster, their indecision and their lack of vision that have held Scotland's future in a stranglehold. And a time before the advent of Starmer. That man, motivated by the desire to be in power, rather than the desire to do good with that power. Starmer, starved of compassion and looking more and more like a man who has lost his moorings. When Labour were meant to be different, that's why their cuts have cut so deeply. The Tories before them were chances, standing for nothing but the markets and themselves. But Labour have been no better. Instead of using their majority to lead, they followed the crooked orthodoxy of what's gone before, outsourcing their policy platform to focus groups and tabloid leaders, redefining themselves as not the party of workers, but of work, and letting the self-imposed Tory fiscal rules act as a straitjacket on any progressive policy. Benefit cuts, keeping the two-child cap, no money for a wealth tax, but weapons always for war. They turn their backs on the defenceless in Gaza, turn a blind eye to the last and the lost. They drape themselves in Union Jack bunting, talking of islands of strangers and bringing in Brit cards of some scurrilous diversion and absurd answer to a question no one reasonable is asking. I don't know about you, Scotland, but I am no Brit. I am Welsh. I am Welsh just like all of you are Scots, and no cheap bit of plastic will ever change that. Time and again, Labour have capitulated instead of holding true. They've abandoned every value they once held dear. It's fast becoming difficult to tell them apart from the Tories who went before. And Scotland, they will have the same reward. We in Wales see all too well how it will come to pass. After 25 years of Labour rule, something seismic is shifting. Opinion polls have Labour languishing in a distant third. The news of hope is Plaid Cymru is leading those polls for the first time in our history. But there is no room for complacency, conference, because reform are biting at our heels. It means there are two possible futures facing us in Wales. One, led by Plaid Cymru, when Wales can at last begin to realise our potential and follow in the footsteps which you, our Celtic cousins, have set out before. The other future is one we must guard against. One beleaguered and inward-looking, saddened by the selfishness and self-inflicted selfishness which the far right promotes with pride. You in Scotland, too, face a crucial test, an election whose result could help define the direction you will take for years to come. These coming months will be decisive, and the battles awaiting us will matter hugely. But Scotland, we are ready for this fight. For many of us, the paths to these elections are ones we've been on our entire lives. All the successes and the setbacks, the heartbreak, the almost wins. All those who've gone before us, they have led us to this place, this time. And so we have come. These are battles we know we can win. My friends, these are battles we know we must win. Because being a member of our movements has never been some passive thing. Believing in that future of freedom has never been something we cling to half-heartedly. No, it is intrinsic to everything we do. As each of us believes and knows in our heart, independence is not simply one potential future, but the only realistic answer for our nations. And each step we take on our journeys brings us closer to it. Be under no illusion, the coming moment is one that will matter, a reckoning that's been a long time coming. It was the late, great Welsh historian Gwyn Alf Williams who said that the time for Wales has always been now, that our history has been of a people making and remaking Wales in generation after generation, usually against the odds, if they want to. It requires an act of choice. That choice is one that awaits us both, Scotland. And we know that there will be obstacles placed in our paths, people in power who will try to weigh us down with doubt, who will try every trick to hinder and deter us. But there is nothing new in their doubting. It is a tale as old as the hills themselves and as transient as the mists that envelop them. We are meeting, friends, at the darkening time of the year, near the time in Alexander Gray's words where the soil will be ungrateful and the fields red with sorrel, stony and bare. But we know The dark days will not last. A new spring is waiting to be born. And besides, dark times have plagued us before. The bard David Jones pointed out that in the terrible winter of 1282, after the death of Llywelyn, last true Prince of Wales, the poet Bleddyn Fardd, in his eulogy, still had the superb audacity to refer to a totally stricken Wales as Cymru Fawr, Wales the Great. Cymru Fawr, when all was broken and lost. Wales the Great in times of trouble. Cymru Fawr, standing still. And your Hugh McDermott himself asked how some could think Scotland small, our multiform, our infinite Scotland small, only as a patch of hillside may be a cliché corner to a fool who cries, nothing but heather, where in September another sees not only heather, but blaeberries with bright green leaves and leaves already turned scarlet. How rich are the hues of our fields, O mighty Scotland, with their leaves blushing amber and crimson. What fool indeed would look at our landscapes and dismiss them as nothing but heather? Though heather too holds prominence to our party's stories. The year was 1967, and Gwynfor Evans had just become the first Plaid Cymru MP. Your own Winnie Ewing was invited to address the Plaid conference in Dolgellau, mere weeks before her own win in Hamilton. And Winnie presented Gwynfor with a basket of heather, telling him that before this heather blooms, I will be with you in Parliament. Friends, when I think of all the heather on the hilltops that's flowered and withered these long years as the mountains waited and the valleys pondered and prayed for their time. But our time is fast approaching, the moment we have been waiting for, those tracks that have led us from Winnie and Gwynfor till this hour, our time that has always been now, the chance to turn all those almosts to utmost, the time we know that is ours. Cymru Fawr and mighty Scotland, those futures are waiting for us. Let's quicken our step to meet them, do the work, make this the moment that matters most, the time the new Wales and Scotland begin. Let's build the nations we know we can be, Cymru and Scotland at last that are free. Diolch yn fawr.
Well, thank you very much, Delyth, and please take back to Wales our hopes and our prayers and our aspirations for our Celtic cousins. Now, we are moving to our final session before lunch, so I would like to invite some Cabinet colleagues, Deputy Leader, and also Deirdre Brock, who is our Policy Vice Convener, onto the stage, please. Who's going first? Who's going first?
I am going first.
Okay. Just go down the line.
Yes, you're going to introduce us.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
Brevity. Right, conference. We've all been looking forward to this session where we're going to receive some input and discussion and around the progress that's been made with the Manifesto for 2026 elections. And without much further ado, I'm going to hand over to Deirdre Brock, who will therefore hand over to colleagues.
Great. Fescamar Conference. Lovely to be here. I am Policy Development Convener, your Policy Development Convener. I have been for the last year and I will be in the coming year as well. We've done a lot through the Policy Development Committee around policy development, of course, and we have assisted the Conferences Committee in trying to produce the best possible resolutions for Conference and Council that could eventually become part of the Manifesto too. Our Head of Policy at HQ, Shannon Donnelly, has been meeting with numerous charities, third sectors and businesses to hear their views on what they'd like to see included in the Manifesto. But our First Minister is very keen, he raises this a lot, I can tell you, that members are involved in the Manifesto's creation and help to shape the campaign for Scotland's future. So, in order to help facilitate that, we've held 3 policy sessions here at Conference. The last one will be at 12:30 in Conference Suite 3 on Scotland's right to decide. The other 2 were around the 4 pillars of the programme for government, the Scottish Government's programme for government. They've been I've been knocked out actually by the tremendous contributions that the members present at those sessions gave us. There's some brilliant ideas in there. I was really proud of everyone actually. Anyway, at the 12:30 stage you will see Angus and I sprinting for the door because we are both going to be there, I think along with Keith as well. Now the aim of these sessions was to hear directly from you about what you'd like to see in the upcoming manifesto for the 2026 election. An election I know many of us view as crucial, not simply because its outcome will undoubtedly impact on the future course of the independence cause, but because I think the possibility of a Labour government in Holyrood presents almost an existential threat to the existence of the Parliament itself. I think Labour's Westminster government would like nothing more than to drag our Parliament down to the level of parish council as Tony Blair envisaged, via an obedient Scottish Labour Sawa government. We also have upcoming regional assemblies that will have manifesto sessions alongside campaigning workshops and other things that will be helping towards the election. Those have been held so far very successfully in North East Scotland and in Highlands and Islands, and there's another one coming up in the south of Scotland on November the 15th. For the remaining assemblies, please look out for notifications from your regional PDC members, Policy Development Committee members, and National Executive Regional Reps. But without further ado, we've got a stellar lineup to speak about the campaign and manifesto development. So I'll introduce first our Cabinet Secretary for, it's a long one, Constitution, External Affairs and Culture, Angus Robertson.
Thanks very much, Deirdre. I'm actually sitting here probably more in my capacity as a campaign director for next year's election to kind of sketch out a little bit about how policy developed at our conference and from our spokespeople and from our elected representatives of all levels of government and you as members gets focused into the preparations for the election campaign. And I'm wanting to put a cart before the horse because I think everybody in the hall realises that one of the most important things that we need to do between now and polling day is to speak to the voters. We've been speaking with one another as we do at conference, and we'll do that in council, and we'll do that in a number of other formats. But the good news is we are already out and we're knocking on doors and we're speaking to people. And I think it's really important. I haven't done my sums, but it's only 150 something days until polling day. And what I'm really keen to do is to make sure that the amazing policies that are passed at conference, or that my colleagues in government are enacting, is something that we can communicate as effectively as we can to people in their homes, so that if a household has a particular need, interest, concern or expectation, that might be around cost of living, that might be around the National Health Service, that might be around any number of things, that we are best able to communicate with them directly to give them the reason why they should come out and vote to re-elect the SNP into government. So this is my shameless opportunity to say to all of you, please make sure that you are involved in the local campaigns using what we now have but have never had thus far. Two things. Firstly, not only do we have the Activate app, which we know was absolutely instrumental in us winning in 2007. Let us never forget that we won 2007 by 1 seat, and in 1 seat by less than 50 votes, using a data management system that no other party in the UK had at that time, which was Activate. Now we have an Activate app. Many of you I have seen at the breakout sessions that have been held throughout conference. Thank you so much for attending. If this is all new for you, go to the front desk or speak with colleagues who have been, because being able to use a smartphone to directly speak to people on the doors, and not only finding out how they're likely to vote, what they think of independence, about rejoining the European Union, but also the issues that really matter, so we can match up these particular issues that we know will motivate people to vote. That's the first part of the secret weapon we have for 2026. The second thing is called Snapshot. And Snapshot is our ability to look at a constituency, to look at an electorate and match up using public access information and be able to direct our efforts, but also our understanding of the likely policy priorities that people have, so we can match up what is it that people want to hear with the excellent work that we're doing in government. So my appeal, because I know we have to be brief here, but I just wanted to share that with everybody here at conference. We are already speaking to thousands of people a week, and the information about those people's priorities is going into the Activate system so that we can effectively communicate, we can follow up, we can do direct mail, we can share information about the policies that the SNP will be going to the country in next year. But we're only going to be able to do that if we speak to enough people. So that's my appeal to all of you. No matter where you're members, please be part of the campaign for the elections next year. Every single SNP candidate is already out, is already knocking on doors. There's a myriad of jobs that need to be done, but in particular this appeal of speaking to voters, using the app, so we're able to best record what people's needs, interests, concerns and expectations are, being able to marry that together with the best understanding that we have of the electorate, and we'll be able to distill all of the amazing policies, particularly I'm looking at my colleagues on the stage here who are delivering in government on things that really matter to people, social justice, housing and so on. These are things that we want to communicate effectively, and we'll be able to do it most effectively by knocking on the doors, using the Activate app, using Spotlight. These are things that other political parties don't have. So let's understand that we have an advantage here and let's make the most of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. Great. Well, I think we'll just move along in order. I'll ask Keith Brown, our Deputy Leader, and of course, who's responsible for Manifesto development, to say a few words as well.
Yeah, I will be very brief because the point of this is to hear from you, and it's all very well going out chapping doors, but you have to have a message to sell, and we need to have exciting policies to put before the people of Scotland. As Deirdre says, my role, Deputy Leader, seems to involve everything, I think from locking up HQ at night to anything else, but the one thing that's actually in the Constitution is the Manifesto development. Now, I have to say the bulk of that work has been done by Deirdre already in the Policy Development Committee. You've elected some extremely talented people to that committee, been cracking on with the work. And not surprisingly, once again, the other person behind it is another woman, Shannon, who's been mentioned as well. So a lot of work has gone on. It's very important that we hear from you, though, to make sure that the policies that we have are relevant from what you've discussed with people, what you're hearing from people. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much, Keith. Great, and I'll move now to Mara McCallan, our Minister's CabSec for Housing.
Thank you, Deirdre. So yeah, I think Shirley Ann and I's contribution to this session is going to be
a little different. It's more on some of the substance that we've been developing in government so far, and therefore to give a bit of inspiration to where we might want to take things in the manifesto. I've had the opportunity to do a number of housing-related fringes at conference, and so some of you will have heard me talking about what we've been achieving in housing so far already. But getting this opportunity with the conference floor, I'm just going to reiterate some of that. So I think one of the first things to say is that John Swinney, since becoming First Minister, has really challenged all of us in government to be focused on the priorities of the people of Scotland and to deliver that against 4 key objectives, 2 of which are, firstly, eradicating child poverty, not reducing, not eating into, but eradicating an ambitious prospectus, and secondly, growing the economy. And it's very much my view that housing straddles both of those objectives. And we are investing heavily in it because we know, for example, that the opportunity for a child to grow up in a warm, safe, secure and affordable home will allow them to have a life of both opportunity and dignity. And that is the foundational way in which we work to eradicate child poverty. It's also good for our economy, because if we put it this way, if a child does have that warm, safe and affordable home, not only do they have the foundations with which to avoid the pain, the shame and the difficulties of poverty, but they will also then grow up and have the opportunity to contribute fulsomely to our economy and our society. So we very much take that mantra. And I want to say to every SNP member here today, we should be really proud of what we have achieved in housing in Scotland since we've been in government. Firstly, we turned the tide on some of Thatcher's damage by ending right to buy, allowing thousands of social homes to circulate and be available. We have built 140,000 affordable homes since we came to government, 100,000 of which have been for social rent. And just to give you some perspective on that, that means that per head of population, an affordable home is now 47% more available to our population than in England and 73% more than in Wales. So that helps you see that intervention that we've made and the difference it has. We also fully mitigate the bedroom tax in Scotland, and that's something that Shirley Ann's been leading from her work. But £97 million we'll spend this year, making sure that no one in Scotland has to pay the bedroom tax. I would love to be able to spend that £97 million on something else, but we do that to stand still and to keep Westminster's unfair tax from the door. We've also passed some of the most protective anti-homelessness laws of any country by abolishing priority need and a number of other interventions. But despite all of that, there is now severe strain in our system, and we know why. We have been living through a period of considerable economic volatility emerging from Westminster and Brexit and the horrendous decisions they insist on forcing upon us. And that not only has made it more difficult to build homes, but we know has put enormous pressure on households, which feeds into all of the things that we know cause homelessness, of employment precarity, relationship breakdown, poor physical and mental health, and a whole range of other things. So in the last few months, and actually in the last number of years, we've been developing a number of really key ways to respond to that. And on the 2nd of September, the government published our Housing Emergency Action Plan, and it, among other things, set us on course for a major affordable homes delivery programme over the coming 4 years, with more money than we have ever put to the delivery of affordable homes before. So that's the long-term piece of work that we're invested in. And it did a lot in the short term as well, and I would encourage you to have a look at it. But some of the things I'm particularly proud of is a national fund to leave, supporting survivors of domestic abuse to make the decision to leave an abusive household, and money into an exceptional bit of work called Housing First, which all our councillors will know about, but that's about protecting people who are at risk of cyclical homelessness to get that home and to start rebuilding their lives. But have a look at that plan. The other thing we've done is pass the Housing Scotland Act. It has rent controls in it, laws to protect people from damp and mould, and really groundbreaking prevention powers. So with all that in mind, I would just encourage everybody to think how we now go a bit further, and I would encourage in particular us to think about how better we use Scotland's land to our advantage.
Shirley Ann, our Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice.
Thanks very much, Mary. Can I just spend one more bit of time talking about the app and give a particular shout out to your member engagement convener on the NEC and my fellow City of Dunfermline member Naz Anismir, who was pivotal in driving that forward. So when you're using that app, as I'm sure you will be over the next few months, a big thanks to Naz for driving that forward. Now, I might be a little bit biased because we've had social security devolved within Scotland for around 7 years now, and I have been a very proud minister for that for about 3/4 of his lifetime. And we have done, Mary's right across government, but in this area in particular, I think we've got an exceptionally good track record for what we can tell the public when we are out there. Now, I think this is really important because it demonstrates how self-government works. It demonstrates what your SNP government can do, and it demonstrates that we're on folks' side. So if you look at the Scottish Child Payment, I've done a number of fringe events where organisation after organisation has talked about the pivotal role that that has played, and that was our choice to do that. Now, recently, we've been criticised for the fact that we invest in social security in Scotland, that we actually invest money in those on low incomes, the disabled people, carers, and we are criticised for that. And I think we absolutely have to go out and be really proud of the fact that people can know that we are on their side and we are there for them, and when everybody else is turning their back, including a UK Labour government, that they can depend on us, they can rely on us, because we've delivered for them already and will continue to deliver for them in the next election as well. Only last week, I took regulations through the Scottish Parliament that looked at providing more money for carers. It's an important example, once again, of the real difference that we make in government, and that's based on the policies that we're all talking about. And through some of the fringes, and particularly the one I did with Deirdre with members, we got a really good lot of information and thoughts and solutions that people were coming up with about the what's next. Because as well as that proud record, it is about what's next. And this is where I think we're not just talking about the record that we already have in government, but that also the fact that we will eradicate child poverty and we will be on people's side is the demonstration of why, while self-government works, you only resolve this with independence. Because the 2-child cap, Labour's not going to do anything on that. They might do something, they might do a little bit on something, they might do it for some children, but they might not do it for all children, but we're not very sure. And at some point this year, they might get round to telling us. Well, what we can say to people on the doors is on the 2nd of March, we will scrap the 2-child cap and the rape clause in Scotland for good, because the SNP delivered where Labour failed. And when we look at what else we are still fighting Westminster on, let's never forget, and I hope you've been to their stall in the exhibition hall, the WASPy women. We've already still got an attack coming up on the pension age in Scotland, and there's a consultation on for the Westminster Government on that as well. So we will be there fighting with the WASPy women to get justice for the WASPy women, because UK Labour have failed them too. And Mary's right, you look at the amount of money we spend mitigating against Westminster's wrongs. Now, we've got a solution. We know that other parties will be presenting other alternatives. We've got con men out there pretending there's an easy solution out there or blaming others. Well, we've got a positive solution. We all know that. We debated it on the first day. We know how we're getting there, and you can take that message out there about how we eradicate child poverty, be proud of the record, and we deliver independence when we get on with the job. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to all those speakers. That was a brilliant contribution. I just wanted to close with saying, before we run off to this next meeting, which is in Conference Suite 3, Level 1, 12:30 to 1:30, and that is entitled Towards a Manifesto, Scotland's Right to Decide. I hope to see many of you there. But I did want to say, if you just want to submit any ideas directly to me, contact me at policy.development.convener, not OR, convener, at snp.org, and I'd be very happy to send those on to the appropriate people within HQ and let the party know of the very many good ideas that I know you all give me. All right? Thank you very much. Very good.
Thank you very much, Deirdre and team, and see everyone back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
She will not be standing in the elections, and it was a couple of points which she discussed. She mentioned in her speech. We can discuss, for example, Grange Mills, which we did not, and Alexander Dennis is something which we did not discuss at all, which is a great achievement of the SNP and the Scottish Government. So probably we can discuss, in between about a couple of points. Yeah.
And a very interesting discussion we'll have later today as well with Alan Brown, who is coming to talk to us about the SNP's recent resolution on renewable energy and firmly opposing the Labour government's proposal to build more nuclear fission stations in Scotland.
Yes. Again, the Deputy First Minister had mentioned about that as well, and she also
keep going.
Yeah, she also mentioned about it. I'm going to get the quote from her as we have Delyth right now, and we will talk about it in a few minutes' time here, if that's okay.
Joining us on the couch now, we have Delyth Jewell, Deputy Leader of Plaid Cymru, who has just come off a speech addressing the conference. That's her with us now. Hi, it's lovely to meet you.
Oh, it's lovely to meet you as well. It's lovely to be here back in Aberdeen. It really feels something exciting is happening here.
Yeah, has it been a while since you...
Yeah, so the last time I was in Aberdeen was when I addressed the conference here in 2019.
Yes.
So it feels like so much has changed in that time, and I know that I was talking in the speech then about the successes that have happened since then, the setbacks. It feels like something seismic is about to happen in both of our nations next year.
Oh yeah, that is. We've been continuously interviewing people up here for the duration of the conference, and that is the energy we seem to be getting from everyone we've spoken to, that something absolutely massive is happening. We keep hearing it from our guests. We heard it from Seamus Logan for Aberdeenshire yesterday. Every election is historic, every conference matters, but everyone does seem to be in agreement that there's something particularly big about this one.
When you go to a place and something big is shifting, you can feel it. There's this sense of electricity, and honestly, I feel like something is moving, something is shifting. In your favour in Scotland, I think.
And in your favour as well, in Wales from the look of it.
Do you know, it's hard to overstate how big a change that is going to be. And it, you know, Plaid Cymru were leading in the polls for the first time. Well, it's the first time in our history that we are leading the polls to the extent that it looks that we are set to be the governing party leading the government at the next Welsh election. But we can't take anything for granted because reform are right behind us. So they're two very different futures, potential futures awaiting Wales, either Plaid Cymru or reform. So it's on us to make sure that hope wins out there.
And leading the preparation to the next 2026 election, what changes, what are your takeaways from SNP conference? Like what can you tell, like, you know, differently you are doing at Plaid Cymru?
Well, I think we've got a lot to learn from the SNP. We've got a lot to learn from Scotland. You know, for years, well, the fact that you've been, the SNP has been in government, that you've had a government leading the way for Scotland unashamedly. There are policies that we want to learn from what the SNP have introduced in Scotland, like the Scottish Child Payment offer is something where we are pushing to be even more radical, that we've just announced in our conference as well. Ways in which we can show that having a party that fights Wales's corner, just as the SNP fights Scotland's corner, that can help materially improve people's lives. And that's something that we're hoping very much to learn from our Celtic cousins.
Yes, and SNP MSP Dave Duggan was giving an address at the Plaid Cymru conference this week as well.
Wonderful hair. He has phenomenal hair. I mean, he was a wonderful speaker as well, but gosh, what brilliant hair. Yeah.
Do you know what, to be honest, I get together my little book of people to talk to, and when I was looking up pictures of him, I can see your point.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Brilliant. And you also had careers, and like talking about Dave Duggan, you had your career in Parliament as well, UK Parliament, and now you have your active action in Welsh Senate. So how was it different? And when you are in power, what do you want to take forward?
Good question.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Okay, so in terms of the differences between Westminster and the Senedd, in terms of political culture, there are quite a lot of... I mean, working in Westminster was a fantastic experience. We were very much... I was working for the Plaid Cymru MPs, so we had 3 MPs at the time, and we had like a little turret to ourselves in Norman Shaw North, which is like the old Scotland Yard building. It felt like we had our own mini embassy in Westminster, you know. Actually, there were stories from, I think, the 70s when David Wigley was one of the MPs there, and they tried to take the turret away from the Plaid. They staged a sit-in overnight because that turret was ours. You know, it's a very... You know, it's crumbling in so many ways, Westminster. You know, literally, it's crumbling. Like, you know, there are mice running around the place. And also, you know, oh my God. I remember when I was working there that one of the Labour MPs, I think, it's not very nice, but the toilets that were above his office started to leak into his ceiling. That's how badly the Westminster buildings are falling apart. You know, and I mean, that is very symbolic of how...
Even the new... the Caledonia building also had the same kind of issues with the leakage and stuff. Yeah.
Not good. I think one of the major differences between the two parliaments is in Westminster it is quite deliberately performatively adversarial. You know, it is even in the architecture of the chamber, you've got one side versus the other, that whole thing about, you know, with the 2 lines being longer than the length of 2 swords so that you couldn't kill your opponent. You know, like all of that, it is yaboo politics, shouting, I'm going to keep talking, and then the other side aren't even listening, they're just shouting back. The design of the chamber and the Senedd is meant to be, it's meant to deter that from happening. So it is a semicircle. You're meant to be able to, instead of shouting at the other side, you're meant to be listening in the round. To a certain extent that happens, but you still have lots of people who quite deliberately want to emulate the way that Westminster does things, referring to the member for a certain constituency rather than, we were meant to use each other's first names so that it was meant to be a more constructive atmosphere rather than formal. I think in terms of governing, Westminster is always on the back foot with things. It jealously guards its own power, and I would want for Wales to be more ambitious, more taking risks in a good way. Obviously making sure that all of our policies are costed, that we know that we're going to be taking Wales with us when we do things, but not being always afraid of change. And I fear because Labour have been in power in Wales and in Westminster for such a long time, they've got into that stranglehold. We need to shift things. Yeah.
And with regards to that sort of that greater sense of collaboration and civility you were talking about, what do you feel that more independence-focused parties like the SNP and Plaid Cymru could
That's
do?
my question as well. Yeah. So independence is at your core for running for this election?
Yes, well, for this election, we are setting out clearly that there is a process that we need to follow to take the conversation forward. I mean, our leader has made clear that there would not be a referendum in the first term, like there wasn't in the first term when the SNP were in power here either, because it's a conversation which needs to be had still with the Welsh people. Momentum is behind the idea of independence, more and more people are in favour of it, but I think people in Wales want to be reassured that Plaid Cymru are ready to govern now, to answer people's concerns now, and to take people with us on that journey. So that
do things differently.
Yes,
from Labour.
Exactly, and showing that as we mature as a nation, that taking more powers, that doing things in a more compassionate, ambitious way, I think that people will be more and more people will be persuaded. It's a process, not an event evolution. It will keep going. It is inevitability that it will reach its end point.
And that's something, as you said, it's an idea of something that Plaid Cymru is looking at conveying more to the people in Wales. What sort of projects are you looking at to facilitate that greater sort of public engagement?
So in terms of independence? Oh, well, I think actually there's a lot we need to learn from Scotland on this. I was talking to some other people about this morning, that in 2014 I had come up to help with the Yes campaign, and because it was over the summer, I also did a cheeky little trip to go over to watch some things in the Fringe at the same time, and I came across just so many, particularly young people, who were sitting outside bars and restaurants, it was lovely August weather, talking about the merits of independence, and debating it in a good-hearted, good-natured way, really fighting their cause on the two sides of the debate. And I think we need to learn from that. I think we need to have far more town hall meetings about this, normalising discussion points so that there aren't things people feel they can't talk about, and for people to be reassured that if they have concerns, that they need not necessarily be stumbling blocks, that there will be ways that we can overcome those concerns, because independence is the normal state of affairs for just about every single country in the world, and there's nothing about Wales or Scotland that makes us too small or too poor not to be able to be normal like every other nation.
And you said, talking about seeing young people debating independence in public, do you think there's more to be done perhaps in Wales to engage with young people?
Yes, definitely. So it was a shame in some ways that it was during COVID that we introduced voting for 16 and 17-year-olds, because I think that, frankly, the rollout was not done properly. It wasn't done well. Maybe there were some things about the pandemic that meant that it was never going to be done particularly properly, but I think the numbers of younger people, particularly that age group, who voted in the last election were much lower than people had hoped. And, you know, obviously from a Plaid point of view, younger people tend to be, you know, in all the opinion polls, tend to be much more progressive, much more open to the idea of independence, for example, but also just in terms of democracy. We need to be having more young people helping make these decisions because they are the generation who will be most affected by changes. So I think it's a fundamental, not just importance, but a necessity for us to engage better with young people. That's not on young people, that's on us. That's on politics, has to make sure that we're not waiting for them to come to us. We need to be in the rooms where they are as well, so that they feel that they're part of it.
And what do you feel like you could be doing in Wales to get in the room, as you say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's one single thing. I think there are lots of different things that we need to do. We need to look at the curriculum. We need to look at, you know, making sure that more young people have more opportunities to demystify the idea of politics, and people of all different backgrounds particularly, because I think people who, it's a generalisation, but people who tend to have the opportunities to do internships and things like that, they are already perhaps from a background where they would have been encouraged to get involved or to vote. So I think we need to, there are many different things, starting from the curriculum to listening more to young people's voices, giving young people a platform. Because, you know, with, for example, the climate and nature emergencies, were it not for young people, I don't think we would be, as a world, we wouldn't be taking the matter as seriously as we do. We need to take it far more seriously. But young people have helped shift the dial on that, and we need to be listening to them more. I think politics too often is about people being in broadcast mode, not listening.
And do you think there's something that's been discussed a lot at this conference is facilitating greater education for young people on basic politics, as well as revisiting schools' curriculums? There was a resolution passed to embed a civic knowledge strand in health education in schools for kids as young as 14 to get a basic understanding of how civic government works, local government, and things like how to register to vote and how to properly fill out a ballot paper.
It's about empowering people, isn't it? If you give people tools to be able to do something, and again, it's about demystifying, empowering people, young people, so that they don't think it's some frightening process. They can understand exactly how they can get involved and where their place is in all of it too.
If it's included in the curriculum, for example, you know, some people, it's not just particularly young, you know, all kind of generations, sometimes they don't get the idea is what is the devolved power, what is reserved power, and what are the powers of the councillors.
Because it can be so complicated. I mean, you know, just in terms of, so for example, in Wales, across the UK we had asymmetrical devolution, right? So it would be a lot more straightforward if the powers that were devolved to the different parliaments were the same, if it were uniform, and it's not. And a lot of people, I think, find it very difficult to understand why, if something has been either in someone's manifesto or if people have voted for something, that it isn't then done. So, I mean, I think we need to restore people's faith in politics as well. In Wales, every local authority in Wales has voted in favour of devolving powers for the Crown Estate. So in Scotland, that's devolved. You make so much money as a result of that for the Scottish people. Wonderful. In Wales, that money gets sent to the Treasury, and then some of it gets sent to the Crown. And there's a lot of anger and an understandable lack of understanding from people about, well, why hasn't that shifted then? Also, our government, our Welsh Labour government, are in favour of devolving those powers too. So every local authority in Wales is in favour, the Welsh government is in favour, but the same party as them is in charge in Westminster. They refuse to do it. And I think that it's that kind of crookedness which makes people lose faith.
And also when you're talking about this one, and for your next election, do you also have this both votes for a particular party? For example, do you have the regional seats as well?
So at the moment we do. And I'm a regional member, but we're actually moving to, so we're expanding the Senedd. At the moment we have 60 members, we're expanding to 96, and we're also going to be changing the voting system so that there's only one ballot paper, and we'll have multi-member constituencies. Everyone, 6 members for each seat, expanded seat, and everyone's voted in the same way. It's all proportional. That's going to be a culture shift.
So it's all going to be proportional?
All going to be, so we're getting rid of first past the post. Goodbye to first past the post. I can't stand the system. But it's not a perfect system we have either, because I would have preferred STV. I'm hoping that this new system we have is for one election only, because it's been controversial. We've got closed lists. It's, but I think that still it's going to be very useful and democratic for us to be getting rid of first past the post. But it's going to be difficult for people to get, to understand that they're no longer going to have 2 ballot papers. It's just going to be one. So,
and also it might be difficult for people because the general election is again first past the post, and the other one, so again coming back to this education system, because at the end of the electorates are the real mandate providers for everybody, and they are the core of things. And if they don't understand each election and what it matters, so do you have in the school curriculum what it is and teaching?
Yeah, I mean it has improved, and we've just rolled out a new curriculum in Wales where teaching around this is definitely better than it had been. I just think that we need to be looking. I think we need to be looking at this from when children are, or when young people are slightly younger. Obviously being careful about how we introduce these topics. But I think too many young people still feel that politics is something which isn't for them. And, it breaks my heart, particularly if I'm knocking on people's doors or if I visit a school, if I come across a young woman who says that she isn't going to vote. That it makes me very sad, because women have literally died to make sure that we have the right to vote. And goodness me, I want as many young people, not just young women, but it breaks my heart, particularly in a really acute way, when young women tell me they're not going to vote. We have to change that. But again, that's not their fault, that's on us, that's on politicians, it's on politics in general that we have to shift it.
And what do you think some of the barriers might be in Wales for particularly younger women engaging more in politics?
I think that it's because politics and politicians haven't shown obviously enough the links between what we do and improvements in people's lives. I hope that there will be things like what I just said about what we're announcing with the child payment, which will be bringing out far more free childcare. I'm hoping that will start to attract. No, and when I say attract, that makes it sound cynical. No, I'm hoping that it will actually bring more young people, young women in particular, to feel that politics is something that can improve their lives. I think that it's been a communications problem on the part of politics generally. I think that a lot of the young people we have today were brought up during the time of the expenses scandal or came after the expenses scandal, which it shook a lot of people's faith in politicians and politics. I think we just need to, and again, the Senedd has a very different culture, but we can't ever take for granted that people know the difference in culture. And so I think, there are lots of things we need to do. It's not a problem unique to Wales, but it certainly is felt in Wales in the same way as elsewhere.
And Plaid Cymru does have a quite active youth organisation, doesn't it? Plaid
Ifanc.
Ifanc, yes.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I'm just sad that I'm no longer young enough to be a member. For a long time they've said that I'm allowed to be an honorary member, but I think it's probably beyond that point now. No, they're fantastic.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean,
see, that's nice.
I've been seeing people I've been seeing big groups of people walking around here with badges saying they're honorary members of the SNP youth. So
nice. YSI, yeah.
Go get yourself a badge.
Oh, I'll get myself a badge. Thank you ever so much.
Yeah, of course. And something as well that was talked about at the Dave Duggan's speech in Plaid Cymru was that a victory of Plaid Cymru and Wales combined with a majority of the SNP in Scottish Parliament, it would be, I think that his wording was decisive defeat for reform, and would result likely in Keir Starmer being removed from his office as well, which is
when you look at Labour, I mean, the maths make that clear. I think that Labour for too long have taken certainly Welsh seats for granted. To a certain extent, they've taken Scotland for granted too, but I think they just assume that Wales will always vote Labour. It is clear from the opinion polls that is changing now. But as I said in this speech, we can't take this for granted, because reform in Wales in particular, they are biting at our heels. We have to do everything we can to make sure that hope wins the day, not fear, because it's two very different futures facing us in Wales.
And that's something you've noticed, a sort of increase of that far-right sentiment in Wales?
Yes, and it's something which to a certain extent, of course, there are understandable fears that people have about being left behind. The area that I'm from voted for Brexit in the same way, and I can understand why that happened, because the idea of take back control resonated so much with a community that has been starved of investment from Westminster governments and from Welsh governments for too long, particularly Westminster. But people took advantage of those fears and people's anger and gave them a false thing to believe in. We have to appeal to people's sense that things can change, but for the better, not the worse.
So sort of facilitating a greater sense of positivity.
Yeah,
that's great. And so what are the key policies which you are going to put forth for the next year?
We're working on our manifesto still at the moment, but some of the key policies that we've already announced and that we announced in the conference a few days ago, were rolling out far more universal childcare, child payment, and as well as that, we have been looking at tackling our NHS crisis, not just by throwing money at the problem, but also bringing in more elective hubs and executive triage service, just trying to tackle people's health problems before they become so acute. Improving, a huge drive to improve literacy and numeracy in schools, with a library in every primary school. There are exciting policies that we're announcing all the time, and watch this space, because we'll keep them coming over the months to come.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're looking forward to seeing that manifesto when it comes up. I'm sure it will make for very
good luck.
Interesting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you ever so much.
I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Oh, I'm loving it. Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
It's a good couple of days. And enjoy Aberdeen as much as you can.
Oh yeah, I love it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye. That was Delyth Jewell, Deputy Leader of Plaid Cymru, joining us on the couch to talk about the future of both Wales and the SNP, and what discussions can be done to prove everything that has been taken up from both the SNP conference today and the Plaid Cymru conference that took place a little earlier this week. Joining Nadia and I on the couch now, we have Alan Brown to come and talk to us about the SNP's recent resolution on renewable versus nuclear energy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi there, how are you doing?
How have you been doing today? It's been
good.
busy.
I enjoyed the debates this morning, really illustrating how Westminster does Scotland a big disservice when it comes to energy, and again it underlines why we need control of our own assets, our own policy. Frankly, that's why we need independence, isn't it?
The quite sharp, I say quite sharp, that's an understatement, but quite desperate increase in energy prices has been on the forefront of the minds of basically every guest we've had today.
Yeah, and well, no, Labour promised to reduce bills by £300 instead, where energy bills have went up. And that's partly because they're too frightened of bills in the south east of England to go up. That's why they've resisted zonal pricing. and this is what I spoke about at conference, the madness of the amount of money they're spending in nuclear is ridiculous, and that is only going to make our energy get even more expensive, unfortunately.
Yes, but the resolution, and this afternoon we saw on the live stream that the resolution to keep Scotland shifting more towards renewable energy and opposing Labour's idea of building more nuclear fission stations here was accepted.
Yeah, it was accepted. Ironically, I moved remit back, but the only reason I was moving remit back was to illustrate. So in the motion it mentioned spending nearly £40 billion on nuclear fission projects. That nearly £40 billion is just for Sizewell C. But I was making the point, you've already got Hinkley Point C under construction. The last estimated cost for Hinkley Point C is £46 billion. So right away you can see it's not just 40 billion, it's 46 for Hinkley Point C, it's 40 billion for Sizewell C. I made the point that the nuclear waste that's getting reprocessed at Sellafield, the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority, this is not my figures, the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority estimates that's going to cost £136 billion. They also need to build another geological deposit for the future nuclear waste if Sizewell C goes ahead. That's probably going to be another £100 billion of lifetime costs. So in actual fact, the UK government's nuclear commitment right now is more like £300 billion. So think of the effect that has on our future bills. It locks in high prices for decades, and that's another reason we need to be independent away from
and
that
not only
toxic
that,
group.
it takes longer to install this nuclear power plants, right?
Yeah.
And also the community, as Kate Forbes also mentioned, the community, in her words, community will be left with dealing more dangerous nuclear waste. So if you can elaborate on that particular point.
Absolutely. I mean, if you go back to Hinkley Point C, when they argued there was a need for Hinkley Point C power station to be constructed, that was in the early 2000s, and they told us if Hinkley Point C wasn't built and operational by the year 2017, then where lights would go out, there wouldn't be enough generating capacity to keep all the lights in Britain on. So they told us that was needed by 2017. We're now in 2025 and the lights haven't went out. So clearly we don't need Hinkley Point C. It's already years late, so the best will in the world takes 10 to 15 years to build a new nuclear power station.
Yeah.
So Hinkley's not going to come online now because it's running late. It's not going to come online until 2033, so 8 years away. Sizewell C, you'll be lucky if Sizewell C is operational by the year 2040. But yet we can deploy renewables in a few years.
Yes.
So why don't we do more renewables? Mm-hmm. We should be investing in storage. So in Scotland we've got pumped storage hydro. That's fantastic for releasing energy when the grid needs extra energy. Storage works much better with renewables. Nuclear and renewables is actually a bad mix because nuclear power is effectively either on or it's off. You can't change the dial in nuclear power, you can't ramp it up and down. So if the wind's blowing hard and you've got nuclear power stations pumping lots of nuclear energy into the grid, that's actually one of the reasons sometimes we'll have to turn off the turbines because the grid can't cope. So therefore the solution should be a more resilient grid and storage, not building more nuclear. Actually their arguments are contradictory. It's like they don't understand how an energy system works.
And for our viewers' understanding, could you please explain more about the grid system? And it is private, from my understanding.
Yes.
Could you please tell us, in an independent Scotland, how we can do in a better way?
Well, in an independent Scotland, you can actually prioritise where you want an investment in the grid to be. Excuse me, sir. In the moment, you've got a grid charging system that's it was developed for when National Grid was privatised over the period 89 to 92. So you've got a grid charging system that goes all the way back to the early 90s, and that was because at the time most generation, you did have nuclear, but most generation was coal or gas. So they built the grid system, or grid charging system, was designed to try and incentivise you to build power stations near where big areas of population are. Now, all these decades later, we're harnessing renewables, and renewables are clearly further away from big areas of population. But bizarrely, it's our renewables and our offshore and onshore wind farms that are having to pay much more money to connect to the grid, because the argument is they need to connect to the grid and we need to upgrade the grid to get that power to move from north of Scotland down to the southeast of England. So our companies are penalised by having to pay to connect to the grid. In the southeast of England, it was brought up early in conference, they get paid to connect to the grid, so it's like a double whammy. So when you've got an auction and you're competing against other wind farm developments from around the UK, the Scottish ones are at a disadvantage right away. But clearly, where's the wind blow most? Well, it is in Scotland. So you should be incentivising companies to invest there, and that's exactly what you could do if you were independent, the Scottish Government was full in charge. You'd actually say, where's the best places to build electricity generation? Right, so we want to build it there. What do we need to do to facilitate moving the energy about? There's the grid upgrades we need to do. Well, let's work towards that instead of the haphazard thing that we've got now under Westminster.
And something was brought up earlier today as well about from the SNP trade union group about the idea of Scotland's energy networks being publicly controlled.
Yeah, there's no doubt. If you ask most members of the public, they say, well, do you want all the profits privatised, or do you want them for the benefit of the nation? And I think everybody would say you'd want them for the benefit of the nation. Now, don't get me wrong, I think we've got to be realistic in the short term. You're not going to renationalise National Grid in Scotland because of the amount of money that would cost, but you should have nationalised companies generating electricity, doing that to lower bills, and any profits is actually then going to the public, so you reinvest the profits back into more generation. You'd invest it in fuel poverty measures, you'd invest it in energy insulation, so you should be looking at a package in total, and that's why you should be making it work for the benefit of the people that live here.
And if, as you say, these renationalisation resolutions that have been agreed on today do take a long time, what do you think could be done in the short term?
I mean, in the short term, again, it's about having control of your assets. So, like the energy profits levy that's been stuck in oil and gas, well, that's just going to Westminster's black hole. So ideally we should have control of that, and that money should be using to start investment in a national generation company, and that should be invested in infrastructure for the future. So that's how we should be starting. You know, we should be able to access the revenues from the North Sea and use that to reinvest in other energy measures.
So the SNP and government should be working to take back more control over the energy it currently has.
Yeah, that's right. We want greater devolution of power so that we've got that. But the reality is, it's not just devolution of the energy powers. We actually need full independence. So it's your full tax regime that you can use to benefit the people of Scotland.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you were about to start talking. And with regards to a lot has been talked about that idea of public control and this being more beneficial for direct communities in Scotland. What more do you think could be done after the conference and all these resolutions have been agreed to get out into communities and make that point clear?
I think for me, and that's where as politicians we've got a job, is to make communities understand, one, the greater potential if Scotland had greater control over its energy assets and energy policy. So it's getting people to understand that, and hopefully the public comes behind in support for that, but also use that as a tool. For me, it's a tool for getting people to understand the benefits of independence, which in the short term, if you look at it politically in the short term, that's why we want to get an SNP majority in May in Holyrood, and use that as a stepping stone for another referendum, and let's get independence, and actually, as I say, extol the virtues of what independence could mean and how control of our assets like energy and how we can reinvest these profits for the good of people and actually bring down bills, because we're we're already creating cheap renewable energy, but we're not seeing the benefits of that because of Westminster's policies. So, as I say, it's setting out that vision for the future and hopefully getting people to understand and buy into that vision.
And some links were drawn as part of the debate this afternoon as well between nuclear fission stations for energy and the presence of nuclear weaponry in Scotland as well. Some safety concerns were raised as part of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, didn't focus too much on safety concerns in terms of the leaks we know there's been from the nuclear subs, which again is it's another fundamental issue. That it's such a dangerous fuel to be using, and as we know, Westminster tends to hush up what's happened with leaks, and we need greater transparency what's happening with nuclear weapons and with their link with nuclear power stations, which Bill Kidd explained that at conference.
Yeah, you are a candidate for the next Holyrood election.
Yeah.
What is the 3 most important policies?
I mean, in terms of policy, it's dealing with the cost of living crisis, which that is twofold. So if you look at strategies, it's about more affordable housing. That if people can afford to pay their rents, they've then get more disposable income. That housing's got to be better energy efficiency, so that helps in general household economy as well, which leads to healthier lives, which actually helps bring down pressures in NHS if people aren't living in damp houses. So all that goes together, and that goes together with energy policy, which is why again we need that greater control over energy policy to be able to deliver these things. And I'm not sure I've given you 3 exactly, but it's also interlinked.
I think housing is there,
yeah.
Energy is there, child poverty was there, so you gave me 3.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Right,
Alan.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time today. Greatly appreciated.
Right, thanks,
Thank you very much. That was Alan Brown standing as a candidate for Parliament in the next session and talking a little bit more about the SNP's most recent resolution to commit to renewable energy in Scotland as opposed to the Labour proposal of increased nuclear fission in the country and keeping nuclear weapons out of Scotland and the party's commitment to nuclear disarmament. Joining me on the couch next, we will have a couple of guests from our exhibition hall to come talk a little bit about the work they've been doing there. We had some representations from Women Against State Pension Equality and from Magic Breakfast yesterday. You can watch those wonderful interviews on our website. We'll be enjoyed a few more exhibitors today to talk about what they've been doing. So, hello, ladies. Hello. Thank you for joining me. It's lovely to meet you both.
I'm Tanya.
Tanya.
And I'm Ksenia.
Lovely to meet you both. And what are you here to exhibit today?
So I established my small little business 7 years ago, and I'm glass artist. So I'm painting glass, and I'm also making handmade cards. So for me, it's very important to be part of this conference because that's the way to meet the people, to have a feedback from the society, to see how SNP supported art and small businesses and people who is trying to found a new niche as well for themselves. So it's absolutely brilliant experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm also artist. I moved to Scotland only 3 years ago. I'm Ukrainian, and for me it's like a new chapter of my life because I start my art to do my art here in Scotland. And to be here, it's really very important because I'm just trying to find new connections and new myself actually here in a new place, you know, to settle down. So it's really a great opportunity to have this chance to meet the people, to show, to feel myself better, you know, because art was started for me like an art therapy after the war and after all the stress. And it has now become like my little business. What can I do for my life and for my health actually also.
So can you tell me a little bit more about your art? What's your...
My art is I'm doing paintings in 3D art, and also I found my own style. I do lampshades.
Oh,
like
wow.
It's original art on the lampshades, like 3D art. So I put in texture paste and then acrylic, and this is like when lamp becomes a piece of art.
And that's something you like, art being slightly more physical thing as opposed to, as well as something you can hang on a wall, like something that could be
exactly, it's like
part of your space.
Yes, it's like a design of your house, I can say, like soul of your house. Also, it's like a 4 dimensions painting, which is also lighting, it's functional.
And you found that establishing your business and doing art here, that's helped you, you said, put down some roots.
Yes, because like big stress. Actually, I started to do art like a therapy. So it helps for my health and it helps for my adaptation. Yes, here, because I'm meeting new people, have some environment around artists, and it's just to settle down in a new country. It's very hard when you should leave everything somewhere and moving and starting from zero.
And you said that you were pleased to be, both of you were pleased to be here today because of the you said you felt the SNP were strongly committed to promoting art and small businesses. Would you mind talking a little bit more about that?
Absolutely, because first year we has been invited as well, and one of the SNP worker for the party, Ria Robertson, she's in the same area of Slodian like ourselves, and she says she just showed our platform on the Facebook and local shops and markets, and she says it's really something different, something interesting, like foreigner as well art. It's unusual, and that's why she said, would you be kind to be taking part, and you will be sponsored by Bank of Scotland. As a small business, it's very difficult. It's very expensive to come for these conferences, to pay, your own commitment to be here. So we was absolutely pleased. And so she showed our artwork to probably our department of SNP, and they said, well, fine, great, that's what we would like to see it. And with last experience we've been actually overwhelmed how people are friendly and supportive, and it's interesting not just in your art, how they interesting your persona, personal life, viewing, thinking of Scotland, thinking of independence, thinking what does the future hold for the youngsters, for generation, for the new children. So for us, I'm in Scotland for 20 years, but I've never been in any kind of conference since last year. I think for me it's also very important to see country where I'm living for so many years, kind of to feel the spirit, of independency, of freedom, of future, of the kind of it's very interesting, it's very good, and it's worth it. So we're very happy being invited second time and have a sponsorship from the bank again to come back as a small business.
And I'm sorry, how many times did you say you've been to party conferences like this?
Second time.
This is your second time, yeah. And how have you been feeling about it? What have you noticed? What have you been getting out of the experience?
Well, I think experience is very good because it's so many different charities and organizations pull up together. And if you really struggling with something, or you want to know more about places or businesses or cooperations, so maybe a little bit briefly from national news, it's a very good chance to come and actually meet people in person, ask the questions, have a good guidelines, have brochures, also meet leaders who you see on the television, in person, seeing they just have a chance to chat or ask. So I think it's amazing because it's make you feel safe in a country, and that's what learn is the personal communication media, and lots of, if you have a questions, good answers, the true answers, not via the news. We are a people who is actually providing the services. We had fabulous chat on Saturday with the Police Federation of Scotland. We chat with them last year, and it was very interesting, very important. We talk about also asylum seekers, Ukrainian asylum seekers, plus Ukrainian people who is struggling to speak Ukrainian, about how police need Ukrainian interpreters, what is actually done for it. So it's good because we here to kind of for our business, but it's good because we are from Ukraine and we can actually see what is kind of been done, what's going on with different organizations. So when we're talking to people, our kind of chat can link to totally different direction.
And you feel like you've gotten that opportunity to access knowledge from other exhibitors at the government, but also to learn a bit more about the what the government's doing. You think that
absolutely
brilliant.
And you feel at events like this, that kind of access is important.
I think so.
And also, it's very important to see how much government supporting Ukraine and doing also for Ukraine. This for me especially, And really, because everybody just asking lots of questions about Ukraine. Every single person who is coming to our stall, really, it's very important to feel this support. It's for our country.
Yeah, and there've been a lot of discussions from the conference so far about earlier and greater integration for asylum seekers from day one. From day one, encourage greater benefits payments, faster housing, more encouraging to work, and a lot of other products around refugee status and people coming in as well. How do you feel those discussions have been going?
I think it's essential discussions because, as we know, Scotland already took so many refugees, large amount, of people here, and they still struggling with people accommodations. So it's good the party and the government, they have a plan of actions, and hope so other organizations and the big magnates services, they will also cooperate with it and help people to be here. For some people, it maybe will be a temporary platform to live. For some people, maybe it's going to be future country to be. It's all depends about their circumstances. But I think we can definitely see the Scottish government helping Ukrainian people to settle so much. And it's hope, because we can see they have a plan, like you're saying, for future. It's not just for today. They're talking about plan for 3-4 years, to provide people better health, safe place to stay. So it's I'm in Scotland for so many years. I'm proud of this country because my country is doing that for my another country, for my country of my place to be born. It's so sweet, it's so nice.
That's a nice way of putting it. And the conference comes to an end. I don't have the time, but I think literally in a couple of hours. So once it ends and we all move back out into the world, what would you like to see done in the near future? What kind of work?
Well, I would like people will be outside of the conference. So whatever government is promised, and any government or any other association, they will have enough support from the citizens, and people will vote for the future, for the future parliament, government of, and so and as individual, we'll be able to spread the news because it's our positive experience. So when you leave this building, you can say, wow, I've been there and I heard about Bernada's charity and doing this, police, it's actually fighting to increase the kind of services, not cut off the funds. So I think we learn also loads. So even back to war or back to neighborhood, it's actually nice to bring that news as well from the first line, to share our experience. And hopefully the other citizens, other people from Scotland, they will support each other and they will go all together in the same direction, and stay in peace.
And what has your experience been then on that opportunity to talk a bit more about your own experience? How has it been setting up your own business in this kind of climate coming here?
It was very easy because it's straightforward. I think if you follow the kind of procedure, if you follow the revenue, I think to set up business is actually very easy. Maybe because we're a small business, maybe for large corporations, organizations, then you need lawyers, when you need constitutions and other things, it's hard. But I think even if you go into government platform, like a self-trader or small business, it's actually very easy to complete and register and yourself. So I'm really
feel there's a good amount of support in place for people trying to go through that process.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yes.
Yeah. And is there anything else you feel? I know there has been a lot discussed, and some undeniably very positive resolutions have been reached at this conference. Going forward, is there anything else you would like to see starting to be talked about a bit more?
Right,
it's quite a big question.
Yes, you can start another conference probably for all of this, But I think whatever party are, it's the right direction, and everything, it's time as well consuming. So it's one step at a time. That's what I will say. So whatever is planned for this year, for the next 4 years of the government, let it happen and support the people with their plans and dreams and thoughts, and then we'll see happen. You know what I mean? That's what I would say, one step at a time, because it's such a difficult to rule the country and parliament.
And something you were talking about with that offering that level of support to people, you're both artists and in different ways, but I've seen some of your art down the hall. I need to come and have a proper look, but the things you make are genuinely beautiful.
Thank you. Very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And what support do you feel that artists have been having in spaces like this and under the current government? How have you been finding that?
Well, I think it's easy to start a new business life. It's easy to do promotions, and it's also lots of like a citizen information bureaus, libraries. It's actually all this facility is open for public and for new businesses and for new artists. So those people who is working in those organizations like Edinburgh Council, they actually can help you and direct you as well where to find the help, how to get the help, and all of this like schools of art. So it's kind of so many charities now who is also involved art in their charity programs. So I think it's actually also it's easy, because if I would like to make a workshop for Ukrainian people, for example, I know a couple charity organizations and says I'm free today, so I'm doing that as a volunteer, can you help me? And people just happily to cooperate with you, and I think it's also good. And so I think that's very the kind of charities and the government work together with the new artists and can spread the kind of help. I don't know what else to say. Like it's hard like to explain.
And also there is for example, I'm a member of Scottish Arts Club and Scottish Art Association. It's also good help for an artist who is starting or just going with business, because there is exhibitions which you can attend free, and this is important. Events, yes, and also environment which is like your colleagues, so it's also
and
you can improve yourself. Yes, you're learning, you're improving, so it's also
you're sharing
very nice,
your life
yes.
experience.
Edinburgh is very good for this.
For art, yes.
Could you tell me a little bit more about those organisations and the kind of services that they that they provide for artists?
For example, like a Scottish Arts Club, they provide classes for artists, and also twice a year they're doing exhibition, like open exhibitions for the members as well. Also some nice concerts every Friday, for example, some movie nights, some just like events, and nice connections, contact with galleries, with another artists. So it's like nice place to go, especially when I'm new in country, I don't know anyone. So there is just like my friends in another house.
Yeah, as well as that kind of like practical support for businesses and getting your art out there, it's also sort of building that community, making friends, building some real relationships.
Yes,
like finding your people is a phrase I've had a few other of my guests use when talking about that subject.
Yes, absolutely.
And how have you been finding that, talking to those artists, building that kind of community? What has that experience been like?
This is very nice, because like artists helping to artists, people helping to each other, and they are very open, and it's easy to communicate, and it's easy to have some support. People are very open and very friendly.
And it's inspiration.
It's inspiration,
easy.
Yes.
If you like talking to the artist, you like on the same niche, same interest, so you can say, oh, I never thought about it. It's like any profession, you inspire and trying the new technique.
You're
or
sharing
something.
your experience, they're sharing their experience.
Knowledge.
Yes.
I imagine if people are incredibly passionate about their own work, even if it is in separate ways, it does make it quite easier to bond with them. Yeah. And on that subject of inspiration, like you both work in very different ways. You're glass art and you're a painter. How do you find your inspiration for your work? Like what motivates you?
For me, it's everyday weather. It's no matter it's rain or snow or sunshine, because I'm very person who lives by nature. It could be like somebody, I can see a happy child on the playground. You can see some elderly having a cup of coffee. So I'm kind of taken from the society, from nature, and that is my inspiration. I can see peace. I could see like this happiness, future, and that's what I'm says. Oh, it's a Remembrance Day, so just like to remember like veterans, and I'm creating blind, or it's like a lovely cherry blossoms in Edinburgh, and it says, oh, I'm just gonna sit and just draw lovely cherry blossoms. So simple. I'm like observant. I'm looking around, and whatever I feel attractive or come to my heart, I just put that on my glass.
That's really lovely.
Yeah.
And
for me, inspiration probably is more my emotions, because, for example, my inspiration, this is something between Ukraine and Scotland. And because of this, my art is, I draw lots of sunflowers I like because it's a symbol of Ukraine. And also I like to draw Scotland. For example, I have lines like Magnificent Scotland, Starlight Scotland. So, you know, and this is like connection and my appreciation to Scotland, to this country who is helped too much in this hard, difficult time, you know. So really, this is my inspiration, my emotions of appreciating to this country and also my memories about my country.
It's a good blend.
Yes, yes.
And as we're coming to the end of the conference today, what would you like to get out of the event a little more before it closes at the end of the day after John Swinney's speech? Is there anything you haven't had the chance to do yet you'd like to?
I would like to still walk around now because it's getting to the end and maybe know more people and introduce myself, introduce somebody, then maybe keep in touch on the media platform. If I see somebody on television, I guess I know that person, so he's really nice. So kind of personal, probably development, us and business and as a person to have personal contact with the organizations and individuals.
Yes, it's really great experience, great time, you know, and this is really inspiration for a next year of work. And, you know, like really, this is a place when I want to come back again, if it will be possible. So, you know, like it's really, which I will keep with me all the year, probably.
And so you'd like to come back to the conference next year?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. 100%.
I am sure they'll be looking forward to seeing you both. Thank you so much for joining me on the couch today, ladies. It was really wonderful to talk to you both.
Thank you.
I hope you get a lot out of the rest of the conference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was Tanya and Ksenia, two fantastic Ukrainian artists who have exhibitions in today's conference hall, and you can buy some of their art at the venue just downstairs. Their work is genuinely beautiful and it's fantastic to support some Scottish small businesses. Joining me again on the couch with our next guest is Nadia Chand and another delegate from the SNP for Greater Pollock and Cardonald, Christopher Stevens. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, Sunday names, good show. Yes. Sunday names, good.
We're live on camera. We're doing what we're doing. Hello, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Yep, good to see you.
How have you been finding the conference? It's been a hectic couple of days and we are almost at the end.
It's a hectic couple of days, sleep deprived.
Oh yeah.
Talking to our friends and comrades in the party. I think it's certainly been a very upbeat conference. I think obviously last year was a bit of a hangover after the general election. But people are in good mood and they're chipper, and I think that's good to see. And I think there's a confidence from the party that perhaps has been missing from other political parties during this particular conference season. So hopefully that's going to augur well going forward.
Yeah. People do seem to be particularly optimistic, particularly for the middle of the afternoon on a Monday. There is still quite a palpable energy that is genuinely impressive to see have been sustained this long. And can you tell us a bit more about what you've been doing at the conference?
Well, the conference I've been obviously talking to delegates because I'm one of the candidates for an internal post. I addressed the Trade Union Group Fringe meeting this morning. Spoke to conference about the benefits of a wealth tax, which I was pleased was put through, so that was good. Bit of an emotional time as well because my mother was on the memorial video yesterday, so that was an emotional moment for me and my family members. So, yep. So always a busy time. Conference is always busy, always at it. The brain's always going. So
that's what
I've enjoyed
we hear
that
when we come for the SNP conference and talk to the delegates. SNP members are one family.
Well, I think the party is a family.
Yeah.
And like every family, sometimes there's internal discussions that have to happen within a family. Once referred to with one of our older activists who had been married for a number of years with another party activist's wife, who had once said, "We don't have arguments, we have ongoing discussions," and I think that's probably a good way of putting how we handle our business in the Scottish National Party.
Yes, yeah.
I think I might have to start using the phrase ongoing discussions.
Ongoing discussions. Never have an argument, it's an ongoing discussion.
We never have an argument, it's ongoing. See, folks at home, we're learning something today, a masterclass in diplomacy. And you've the SNP Trade Union Group has had a lot of resolutions to discuss this weekend, most recently this afternoon, about the industrial shift in renewable energy?
Yes, very good. So I think the trade union group is increasing its influence within the party, and I think that's a recognition of the speech that Ros Foyer gave, and I should thank her for name checking me, but it's not just about me, and there are many others within the trade union group who've been making that contribution, both in the workplaces of Scotland, both within their individual trade unions, and obviously using that influence within the Scottish National Party to shape policy and to make sure that there is a partnership with the Scottish Trade Union Congress. I think that's crucial for the party going forward to achieve its objectives, to achieve independence. And I think that we do need constructive and critical friends on occasions, and that's how we should handle our business.
And there was talk as well about that bringing Scottish Energy back in under public control.
Oh, I'm very much a favour of workers' control and management of certain sectors of the economy, and I think the energy is a key one. If you think of people who are watching this at home, or delegates who will watch this afterwards, the private energy companies are posting record profits, and yet energy prices, which was supposed to encourage competition and energy prices going down, energy prices are still going up. Food costs are still going up. There's still a cost of living crisis out there, and I think that we need to tackle some of this, and I do think that we need to look at energy and the public ownership and the public provision of energy. I think that would help that.
And what sort of projects do you think going forward with that impact on communities with rising food and energy prices coming out of this conference and as we head back out? Well,
the Scottish Government has helped organisations like one I'm involved in, Good Food Scotland, which at the moment has community supermarket in Glasgow, a number of larders in Glasgow, and effectively what we are doing is we're selling on food at cost without the markups. And so we've had a number of academic papers around this about how much people are saving. We've got some examples like the Linthouse Community Shop, where a couple who went to Asda, their weekly shop, it was £80 at Asda. For the same items, £30 in the Linthouse Community Shop, saving £50 a week in their food costs. That's a sort of, I think,
local farmers' food, or?
Well, it's a combination of fruit and vegetables. It's a combination of that and other food, either from the excess market or direct purchase. And we're doing that quite deliberately so we can sell on food at cost and give people wraparound services. So in the Three Hills Community Supermarket in Nissel, for example, Govan Law Centre are there. They're providing advice on housing, debt advice, any support they need claiming social security. So all those things are really, really important, I think. And actually one of the things that's done keeps coming back in the academic research. These are now places that people visit, and it's tackling social exclusion, and people who normally in the house, they would come to places like this, they would sit down, have a cup of tea, talk to their neighbours. All of these things are vital and all play their part in engaging and making sure that Scotland is a community spirit. And I think that one of the great things about our country is that there is a community spirit out there, and it's vital that we keep that alive.
And what sort of role do you think trade unions have in fostering that kind of community?
Well, trade unions are partners with society and always have been. Trade unions have always driven social change, and I think that's a good thing. Trade unions campaigning, for example, has led to things like, for example, the weekend. It's easy for us to think that we get the weekend off. Well, that was not always the case for workers. So if you're in a trade union, you're less likely to be dismissed. You're more likely to have good terms and conditions. You're more likely to have a good sick pay arrangements if you're off sick. You're more likely to have better leave provision, whether that's maternity, paternity, or annual leave provision. So the trade unions are key partners with society. They play a role with community groups and other organisations. That's going to help us combat racism, it's going to help us combat austerity, and it's going to help us continue that community work so that we have good communities in our country, and so we can go forward as a progressive society that both the SNP communities and the trade unions want to see.
One thing, since you are talking about the trade union and the workers, one important matter which we did not discuss in detail was Alexander Dennis and the retention of the workers. So if we can discuss about that, it is the Scottish Government's achievement in contrast to Grangemouth, where we had a lot of promises. And if we are thinking about the Grangemouth job loss was roughly 1,250 if you are thinking about the supply chain management and their...
Well, I think it's just a ludicrous situation. The Westminster Government gave INEOS money to relocate to places out with the UK. This is just bonkers economic management. And it is in stark contrast with what Alexander Dennis situation, in which workers have been furloughed to give time for contracts to be put in place. This is a good thing. This is good progressive action by the government. And it has been mentioned at conference. I'm sure it'll be mentioned in John Swinney's speech later on. These are vital things that we're doing in order to help people deal with the cost of living, to maintain jobs, and to try and grow our way out of austerity and grow our economy together.
And of course you've mentioned Scottish independence again, and that's a necessity for making sure that Scottish trade unions in particular are able to work more effectively and ensure the best for Scotland's people.
Yeah, I've been a huge advocate of workers' rights, both when I was in Parliament and when I've not been. I believe that we are going to have to put together a workers' rights programme, because the employment rights bill that's going through Parliament, which will shortly be an act, is not going to achieve any of its goals. It's not going to end zero-hour contracts. Why? Because it's not dealt with workers' status. So you're going to have employers out there who are going to, bogusly in my view, are going to say that these people are self-employed and not direct workers. So it won't eliminate that. Fire and rehire, it's not going to end fire and rehire. It's giving employers a platform and the steps they have to take before they fire and rehire. So there is a great opportunity for the Scottish National Party going forward to build a proper employment rights bill, an employment rights package which works, and we work in an independent Scotland to protect working people.
And that sort of workers' rights package for a more comprehensive employment rights bill, what would that look like?
It would look like dealing with defining in simple terms what a worker actually is. Because we have this crazy situation in which people who are designated as self-employed are clearly not self-employed because they are workers. You need to define that very simply so that we know what a worker's definition is, and in that way, that's when you can enforce the rights that you want to end zero-hour contracts, to end fire and rehire provision, to make sure that anyone who's subjected to a short-term shift change, that there's payments for that, because one of the things that really annoys me is people can turn up to work today, particularly in things like the care sector, thinking they're going to be working for 5 hours and then told it's a 10-hour shift. That then leaves the worker with additional childcare and transport costs, for example, and these things should be compensated. So that's the sort of workers' rights package we want. And we would want, I think, within a constitution of an independent Scotland, what the role of the trade union movement is, and that trade union rights should be protected.
And also sometimes the workers have to travel a lot, like for example, 1.5 hours in the bus to travel and then coming back 1 hour. So they are losing 3 hours and nobody's paid for that.
That's right. I think well, one of the good things is with capping the rail fares, for example, helps some of that because people are travelling to work, and people are travelling longer distances to work because, as you know, government offices in Scotland, Westminster Government offices in Scotland, like for example job centres or HMRC offices, have been closed by the Westminster Government. And so for people to get to work that might have taken them 10-15 minutes is now taking them 45 minutes. So these things are all important in how we build and how we shape our country, and do it both ways in terms of what can be done in a devolved context and what our vision is of what an independent Scotland would look like with the powers that are currently residing at Westminster.
And another resolution that was agreed on at the conference as well is greater integration for asylum seekers from day one they arrive and allowing them to actually be able to find work in Scotland. What sort of role do you think trade unions would have?
Well, both trade unions and parliamentarians. So when I was an MP, one of the biggest percentages of asylum seekers in Scotland was in Glasgow South West. I hired a refugee, and we should probably live, if we are live, send out a congratulations to Rosa Sally and her family. Rosa gave birth to young Hannah on Tuesday. So the Glasgow girl is now with us in the world, and that's fantastic. But the contribution that asylum seekers can make and refugees can make is considerable. Scotland's population has been declining for a long time. It's only increased as a result of people choosing to live and work in Scotland. And I think that after 6 months, asylum seekers should be allowed to work. They should make that contribution. Do people out there really care, the nationality or otherwise of a nurse if they're getting treated at hospital? Of course they don't. You've got asylum seekers who are medically qualified, who may be engineers, who may be all these things that they can make their contribution to society, to help with their social care system, for example. All these things, I think, show that those who choose to live in Scotland and work in Scotland should be celebrated and welcomed here, because we really need to take on the anti-immigration rhetoric which is out there, which I think is completely and utterly disgusting. That we cannot allow ourselves to be intolerant of anybody, and I think that is why both the trade unions are playing a part. Organisations like Show Racism, the Red Card are playing their part in education. And tied, I think, very nicely with that motion was a motion on anti-racism in education, because I think that anti-racism should be a key part of our national curriculum.
Yep. And with, as you say, with that rising anti-immigration rhetoric, particularly in Scotland, what sort of work do you think you'll need to be done as asylum seekers and refugees?
Well, we need to tackle the cost of living crisis. People are voting for reform not because they're racist, although some of them are. If you're a racist, you're going to vote for reform, but not everybody that is voting reform at the moment is a racist. They are scunnered. They have a view that the political system and other political parties are not representing them properly. That's their view. We need to take on this rhetoric that immigrants are responsible for other people's ills in society. Those who are choosing to seek sanctuary in Scotland or the UK are not responsible for the increase in energy bills. They're not responsible for the supermarkets increasing food costs. They're not responsible for insurance companies doubling insurance in some cases, and they're not responsible for people struggling to pay their mortgage or their rent. That's not the fault of people.
They are not responsible for the any disappointments.
They are not. That's absolutely right. So we need to take this on through education, through discussion, and to point out the nonsensical position there is out there that immigration is an evil, and it's not an evil in society. It should be celebrated. People should just look at their family trees. People have come from Scotland, from Ireland, Poland, Italy, all these other countries. And you now see people from Africa, from the Middle East and other places, and we should welcome that.
And one last question before we wrap up, if I can. With that commitment to integration from day one and that anti-racism education bill, as well as that bill, as we see more and more asylum seekers beginning to enter the workplace, what sort of specific provisions for support you think we should be starting to see?
Well, I think that what you're seeing with the trade unions is the trade unions are now organising posts to protect migrant workers, because they can be exploited too. We are seeing some examples at the moment of what's known as visa coercion, where employers are threatening people that if they don't do what they're told, then they'll withdraw their sponsorship and visas. Now that is happening in workplaces now, and that is a role that the trade unions can play in order to stop that sort of exploitation, because bad employers exploit workers, and we should be going after the bad employers.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It was really great to hear a little bit more about the SNP Trade Union Group's work as we go into the resolutions passed at this conference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much
this
indeed.
afternoon. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's
All
good
the
to meet
best.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, and that was live, so the congratulations you put out, she will definitely get to hear that.
It's live, yes, yeah.
Thank you for your time. That was a representative from the SNP Trade Union Group, Christopher. He had a lot of fantastic things to say there about some of the SNP's latest resolutions on workers' rights and integrating asylum seekers from day one of their arrival into Scotland, and the role that trade unions can have in that, particularly in the wake of independence. Joining us in the couch, we will have our next guest, another SNP delegate. Thank you very much for joining us. It's lovely to see you.
Hi there.
So, how have you been getting on at the conference? I feel like that's a good question to ask everybody going into these.
I think conference is in a very good mood, and I think that you can see that conference is excited about the election that lies ahead and about our chances in it. So I think compared to where the party was a year or two ago, I think we're in a very happy place, and you can tell that conference is confident about our message as well. We had a very open debate about what our message should be around independence, and we agreed on it, and now we're moving on and fighting that campaign.
And being the acting Minister for Climate Action, if I'm right.
I'm no longer acting, so
okay.
I was covering for someone on maternity leave, so
okay, yeah.
I'm back to being very happily back to being a backbencher.
Yeah, so what about independence and the climate action, because you have served that, for a bit. So what is your views on the climate action and how we should be doing in an independent Scotland and in the next government?
Well, I think you mentioned the two bits to this that are important in the election, and I think that there's a good record that we can stand on in terms of what we're doing, for instance, in this part of Scotland for a just transition, moving as the North Sea Basin matures from an economy based primarily on oil and gas to one that will have to embrace other forms of energy. And I think I was just talking in the hall just about this just an hour ago, as were others. About how Aberdeen is very well placed, I believe, to make that transition, but it will need support. But the other bit of the equation, and you mentioned it, is that we also need independence because energy is currently a power that the UK government reserves to itself. And if we want to make real changes, for instance, to the price of electricity, we will need that power transferred to Scotland.
Yeah. And when it comes to climate action and child poverty and you name it, everything is actually linked to climate action. And for Scotland, it is linked to independence as well. Only through independence we can actually tackle all these things. So from the mood of because the conference is going to end, from the mood of the conference, how would you like to see all these things tackled through an independent Scotland, if you can explain much better?
Well, I think all these things tie together for us as supporters of independence. These things are all connected, and I think, for instance, if you're talking about climate action, I think this party and I think this Parliament is very aware of the international aspect of that. So international development, the fact that the developing world is paying the price for historic lack of action around the climate. You can point to things much closer to home, as I say. You can look at our economy and the way it needs to change. Ultimately, there's a long list, as I say, of things that the UK government will not allow Scotland to do. And part of the task we have in the election that lies ahead is explaining that and emphasising that to people, and making a positive case and a positive vision for what we could do with those powers.
And also, one of your portfolio was to the Minister of Europe, am I right? Yeah.
That was a while ago, but yes.
Yes, yeah. So if you can explain to us, an independent Scotland, how we can do well with Europe. I know people of our viewers know it very well, but from the next elections perspective, because we are talking about independence and I think that is not covered much in the conference. So if you can discuss a bit more about it, that would be great.
Yeah, it did come up some points in the conference, and I think that people are very clear about the fact that the SNP is a pro-European party. There are not many pro-European parties in the Westminster Parliament, but Scotland has a very pro-European government. We want to see trade with Europe, but we also want to see positive relationships politically with Europe. And like most people in Scotland, we see that role as being back in the European Union. The only way to achieve that is independence. There is no political outcome in the UK through any of the UK parties which will result in Scotland rejoining the European Union. The only way for us to join the European Union again is as an independent member state.
Thank you.
And you were talking about the just transition for energy workers that was agreed on at this conference. Our last guest was talking more about was a representative from the SNP trade union group, and talking more about how they've begun to work a little bit more closely with the government. So when it comes to facilitating that just transition for energy workers, how can you see that relationship developing, and what kind of initiatives will you need to start undertaking?
So it is really important, you mentioned the trade unions, it's very important that government works with the workforce in the northeast of Scotland particularly. I heard one speaker earlier on talking about how 1 in 6 jobs in this part of Scotland have been dependent, or still are dependent, on the oil and gas industry. As I say, the North Sea Basin is maturing. Whichever policy Scotland's government takes, that reality won't go away. So we've got to work with the workforce, we've got to work with colleges and universities and with businesses to make sure that that transition is real. We make use of the skills that have been developed in the oil and gas industry, but we open up opportunities for individuals to make that transfer to renewables. Many people are already calling for that and looking for support to do that.
And we've discussed that idea of businesses and workplaces being reliant on the oil and gas industry. Would you mind expanding a little bit more on the point you just made about working with colleges and universities as well?
So for instance, it's not all just about the offshore industry, important that is, or about the generation of electricity, hugely important as that is. There's many opportunities in the years ahead for instance, people who will be fitting more sustainable forms of heating in our houses around the country. That will be a huge task in the years ahead that will require a workforce. So there's real economic opportunities for Scotland, and training and educational opportunities if we all work together on them.
Yeah. Thank you very much, that's very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And going forward into the afternoon's discussions, a lot has been discussed about energy work and devolving powers to Scotland. How have you been feeling about how those discussions have been going?
Well, there's ongoing conversations between the two governments. As things stand, the UK government is not willing to transfer the big power of energy to the Scottish government. Scottish governments will work constructively with UK governments on anything that we feel will benefit people in Scotland, whether that is on the issues I've mentioned around training, whether it's around GB Energy, whether it's...
What's happening with the GB Energy?
Well, you'd have to ask the UK government. The UK government will be able to tell you. As I say, we've been happy to see it develop in Aberdeen, but we need to know what it's for.
And also the 200 million they have promised for the Grangemouth.
We need to know what it's for.
Yes.
I mean, Grangemouth is a good example of something where the two governments have actually been working together. But we would have concerns, for instance, that the UK government has placed more priority on saving jobs at Scunthorpe. We're not against them doing that, than they have on jobs at Grangemouth.
But in 2024 they had promised that they will save the jobs, and
yes.
I don't remember them mentioning about the Scunthorpe in that election, but heavily on Grangemouth. And when it came to after the election, yeah, it's a private company. That's what opposition leader Anna Sarwar said. Yeah, so we are looking forward for that. And I'm really bad with the pronunciation. Your constituency name is?
Nahilan and Anir.
Yeah, I still may not be able to pronounce that soon. But you're a Gaelic speaker, right?
Yes, I'm a Gaelic speaker. I learned Gaelic many years ago, but yes, so I represent and live in one of the constituencies where Gaelic is very much a living language.
Okay, yeah. It's near to Aberdeen, I guess.
No, it's the other side of Scotland.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I live in the Western Isles.
Oh, okay. You're from Western Isles, yeah.
That's where I live, yeah.
And And if I can ask as well about Gaelic in your constituency being very much a living language, we were having some conversation with some other councillors in the past couple of days about linking that specifically to independence, and as part of the independence movement campaigning for a greater revival of the Gaelic language and certain Scottish cultural traditions as well.
I'm certainly very much of the view that the independence movement should support it. Whether I would link independence and the Gaelic language, I'm not sure that would be entirely helpful, in the sense that some of the opponents of Gaelic seem to think it's a Trojan horse for the independence movement. So I'm not. It's certainly not that. Gaelic is just valuable as part of our cultural inheritance, and I would hope everyone of every political persuasion could celebrate that. I think there is a fair degree of consensus in Scotland about that. But yes, I think our movement should and continues to support the Gaelic language, and that's seen, for instance, in the fact that there has been a recent Scottish Languages Act which supports both Gaelic and Scots.
And with that Scottish Languages Act being passed, what work would you like to see being done in communities to kind of bring that Gaelic language back? Because I'm from Ayrshire originally, and everything I've been able to gather I had to go and find for myself. No one was able to give it to me. So what would you like to see starting to come out?
The Act supports both the Scots and Gaelic languages. Scots is very relevant in Ayrshire, and I think that what I would say about it is that I would hope that Act does something symbolically, which is to recognise for the first time Scots and Gaelic as official languages in Scotland. I would hope it does a bit more than that, and that you mentioned communities. I would hope that it, and I believe that it will, help strengthen Gaelic in communities. A lot has happened in broadcasting, a lot has happened in education, but we also need to make sure there are actually places where Gaelic can be used as a community language, and that's probably the next step.
I think we are nearing to the conference starting again. You might be heading for the First Minister's speech.
That's where I'm heading now.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you
Alistair
too.
Allen
And
again.
thank you very much for your time. It was wonderful to speak to you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice
to meet you. That was Councillor Alistair Allen there from Aberdeenshire, talking a little bit more about the just energy transition and a little bit about the Gaelic language as well. We will now be heading into the conference's afternoon session. There's a lot more resolutions to be discussed this afternoon, particularly on the ending of public funding to weapons companies sending gear to Israel, and a big speech from John Swinney as well later this afternoon. So we'll be moving through to that feed now. We'll be seeing you later. Thank you.
Convener Naz Anas Mia 319, David Burkett 145, Norman MacLeod 154. Congratulations to Naz. Women's Convener Unopposed Katie Hagman, Equalities Convener Unopposed Sadie Matthews, BAME Convener Alex Gill 378, Ellie Coppenlinger 221. Alex Gill elected. Disabled Members Convener Summer Chen 81, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, so please apologies. Alec Garv Dovnalach 147, Michael Gibbons 200, Andy Stewart 152. At stage 3, Michael Gibbons elected. The regional members of NEC will be Callum Cox, Alison Thulas, Christina Cannon, Francis Murray, Ian Coburn, Kate Campbell, Silas McGilvery, Lee Robb, David Burkett, Ben Dashfer, Amy Callaghan and Kevin Johnston. The other positions in terms of the committees will be posted tomorrow online. So commiserations to everybody who put themselves forward who was unsuccessful. It is an important part of our party democracy that people do continue to put themselves forward, and congratulations to everybody who's got elected. Thank you. Okay, let's get cracking. Resolution 24. I am going to ask Shirley Ann Somerville, MSP, to move the motion, and Kirsty Blackman will second the resolution. Warm welcome to Shirley Ann Somerville, MSP.
Thank you very much, Conference. You'll see the motion before you today calls on the UK Government to scrap its proposals on welfare reform and for that same UK Labour Government to follow our leadership in our ambitious programme to end child poverty. Now, you'll all be aware, I'm sure, that the Labour Government passed its Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill just before the summer. You'll also be aware that a lot of it was carved out. But I think it's important that we still reflect on that was what UK Labour wanted to happen. They wanted to bring something forward that was going to make it difficult for people to be able to wash themselves, to feed themselves, to eventually have any dignity and respect in their lives. That came forward as a proposal from our new Labour government. That's the type of change they wanted to see for disabled people. Now, Conference, you've got to recognise, I suppose, that there were some within UK Labour that didn't back those plans. But let's be very clear who did. Labour MPs in Scotland and Labour MSPs. Not a word from Anis Sarwar, not a word from the Parliamentary Labour Party in the Scottish Parliament. So if you want a reflection of what Labour governments bring, look no further than what has happened in welfare reform and the silence and the betrayal of Scotland's disabled people by Labour in Scotland. Because what effectively we were looking at was something that would push 250,000 people into poverty. Now, it's not gone away. There are still reviews that are being undertaken by the DWP, and that word review must strike fear into the heart of folk right across the UK. And the bill that was passed is still estimated to push 150,000 people into poverty. So, Conference, the choice next May is stark. You have an SNP government that is lifting people out of poverty, or UK and Scottish Labour that are pushing people into poverty day in, day out. That's what they've delivered for people, and we will stand against that and fight that every step of the way. Now, I've had the honour and the privilege of representing the Scottish Government for many years now, and in that time I've met with many disabled people and disabled people's organisations. But I think it's very important that we once again use the opportunity in our conference today to reassure them and their carers and their loved ones that when Labour cuts, we will always be on their side. We will always support them, and we will never take forward policies that Labour are delivering either in Westminster or in Scotland. We will be on their side yesterday, today and every day in the future in the next Scottish Parliament. Because, of course, this is not the only example we've seen. Labour haven't been in power that long in Westminster. My goodness, they've shown us a track record. Disabled people, pensioners being failed when they stripped away the winter heating payment. Our waspy women betrayed once again by Labour, who are fine enough to stand with them for the photo opportunities, but left them to one side when they got the keys to number 10. That's what you get when you get Labour in government. Now, we know because of the work that we are doing in the Scottish Parliament and within the Scottish Government that child poverty is falling in Scotland. That's because of the positive choices that we have made. But you see Labour and Tories uniting with Reform to criticise the work, the investment we are putting in to the people of Scotland. That £3 billion your Scottish Government pays to allocate to tackle child poverty and the cost of living crisis. That delivery, as Keith Brown set out in his speech, around free prescriptions, free eyes care, bus travel for 2.3 million people, free tuitions and so much more. That's the type of bold action that we are delivering, and that's because that is integral to our core mission in the Scottish Government, ending child poverty in Scotland. So the call in this resolution is simple. You can have a UK government that is failing, or with Scotland and with the SNP, we've demonstrated how self-government has protected and delivered for people right across our country, and with independence, we'll deliver the fresh start that they need to go further. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Shirley-Ann, and can I invite Kirsty Blackman to the stage, please? I quite like the cut of Kirsty's jibe. Do you have a special interest? Aye.
I needed an Aberdeen bit in it. Good afternoon, Conference. Good afternoon, loonies and quinies and wifies and mannies. It is awesome to welcome you all to Aberdeen. I know I'm 2 days late, but welcome anyway to Aberdeen. I really appreciate the chance to speak to Conference about the social security system, about the dignity and fairness and respect that the Scottish Government is delivering day in, day out in our social security system, about the fact that the Scottish Government is reducing child poverty, the only part of these islands where child poverty is falling, because the Scottish Government has put that at the heart of our mission. And can you imagine not putting that at the heart of your mission? Can you imagine saying, we want children to remain in poverty? Can you imagine keeping the 2-child limit in place, as UK Labour have, which puts 100 extra children into poverty every single day that they keep that 2-child limit in place? The Scottish Government has delivered the baby box, it's delivered the Scottish Child Payment, it's delivered bringing kids out of poverty, it's delivering the winter fuel payment, it is delivering for the people of Scotland. Can you imagine, Conference, if we weren't hamstrung by Westminster, if we weren't having to mitigate the policies that UK Labour are putting in, if we weren't, we had Labour Party came in and we thought, gosh, that's got to be marginally better than the Tories, right? We're still having to mitigate. We're still having to make these choices every single day in order to try and make life that wee bit better for people in Scotland. And it is better. We've delivered free prescriptions. We've delivered free university. We've delivered much more dignity, fairness and respect than the system doing in England. But imagine what we can do with independence. Imagine what we can do when we are in charge of our social security system, where we can deliver for all those folk who are continuing to fall through the cracks, who are looking at the cost of living, looking at the price of pasta and tatties going through the roof and thinking, how on earth am I going to be able to afford my next heating bill? Scottish Government is delivering for them. With independence, we will deliver that system of fairness, dignity and respect for every person in Scotland.
Thank you very much to Kirsty and Shirley-Ann. Please note, future speakers, that they have been well within their time. So, can I, with that in mind, invite Councillor Stefan Hogam to the stage, please. Stefan is from Eden Branch and he's a candidate for Fife North East.
Thank you, Conference. I am proud to rise in support of this resolution, a resolution that speaks to who we are as a nation and the kind of society we want to build. Scotland's social security system has been designed with dignity, fairness and respect at its very core. Values that stand in stark contrast to the cruel, callous approach taken by the UK government. Ever since 2010, back then the Liberal Democrats got into bed with the Tories. They betrayed students, betrayed those with disabilities or health needs, and betrayed our children. Now everyone can see what we already knew, that no matter what colour is in Westminster, red, blue, orange, or God forbid, aqua, they all seek to punish people for their circumstances. Not here in Scotland. We will always seek to support them. From March 2026, the SNP government will scrap Westminster's cruel two-child cap, a policy that has forced parents to choose between feeding their children or putting a roof over their head. The Scottish Fiscal Commission estimates that this action alone will benefit over 43,000 children in its first year. Just think of that. That is the difference that progressive government makes. Lives changed and hope restored. Meanwhile, the UK government's proposed changes to universal credit and PIP threaten to drag thousands of vulnerable people into poverty, creating barriers, cutting support and stripping people of their dignity. Organisations like Glasgow Disability Alliance have made it clear this bill is cruel and it must be scrapped. Conference, Scotland is the only part of the UK where child poverty is reducing. That is not by accident. That is because of Shirley Ann. That is because of the SNP Scottish Government who have chosen a different path through policies like the Scottish Child Payment. We are showing that when compassion leads policy, poverty can be defeated. Research now shows that if the UK government matched key SNP welfare policies, 1.8 million families across the UK could be lifted out of poverty. Just imagine the difference that could make. So today I call on the Labour UK government to follow Scotland's lead, to follow the SNP's lead, to abolish the two-child cap, end the bedroom tax and match our commitments to eradicating child poverty. Because, Conference, dignity, fairness and respect should not stop at the border. They should be the foundations of governments everywhere. Please support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And if I can invite another one of our wonderful candidates onto stage, Kate Campbell, who's a candidate for Edinburgh, Eastern, Musselburgh and Trinity.
Good afternoon, Conference. Like many of you, I suspect, I did not have the highest hopes of this Labour government, but my God, I thought they were going to be even a little bit better than the Tories. I found it completely unfathomable that one of their first acts was to remove the winter fuel allowance, that people were less well off, people were finding it harder, people were being pushed into poverty, and life was harder for them under a Labour government than it was under the Tories. Nye Bevan said, "The language of priorities is the religion of socialism." Well, we know what the priorities of this Labour government are. It is very clear. It is power for power's sake, regardless of how they exercise that power. This is a Labour government that promised that growth would underpin their economic plans, and yet they've raised employer national insurance contributions, which has created job losses and business closures. It is economically illiterate, and because their economic plan is failing, they are now a Labour government is choosing to balance the budget on the backs of the poorest and most vulnerable people in our society. It is unacceptable, Conference. This is a Labour government with no vision, no ambition, and no mission to make life better for the people that need it the most. As Harold Wilson said, the Labour Party is a moral crusade or it is nothing. Well, Conference, it's not a moral crusade, is it? And sadly, Conference, Sadly, this is the best that we can hope for from this broken union. As has been said before, the alternatives for a UK government are actually terrifying. Scotland needs a fresh start, and we need it now. We need our independence, because we know that with independence we can do things differently. We can end austerity, we can invest in our communities, we can invest in renewables, we can invest in housing, we can invest in the infrastructure that we need, we can invest in Scotland, and that will create jobs and it will create prosperity. And that prosperity will bring money back to our independent Scottish Government. It sounds good, doesn't it? It's happening, conference, it is happening. Our independent Scottish Government will have the funds, the money it needs to invest in the priorities of the people of Scotland, to invest in our NHS, to invest in our schools, and to invest in our welfare system. Because all of us, any one of us, could end up needing that support. And it is the hallmark of a compassionate society that we have a welfare system that supports the most vulnerable people. And Scotland is a compassionate society. Independence is coming, conference, and we need to all put our shoulders to the wheel to get those 65 MSPs, which we can do, and that will be us on the start of our independence journey. But in the meantime, we do have this UK government, and we need to hold them to account. They have let down the WASPy women, they've let down the pensioners, they've let down disabled people. At least make them stand up for children living in poverty. Thank you, conference. Support the motion.
Thank you, Kate. Conference, there are no cards and against. Can I put it to you all that we accept this resolution by acclaim, please? So we are moving on to Resolution 25, which is entitled North Link Ferries. And it's my great pleasure to introduce to you all Hannah Mary Goodlad, who is our fantastic candidate for the 2026 elections for Shetland. And Hannah Mary is going to move the resolution.
Friends, I'm that blithe to be here where you are today. I'm really delighted to be here with you all, and if I may, would you allow me to engage a little before I start speaking? Hands up if anyone has ever been to Shetland. Good to see. Keep your hand up if you've made that journey by our ferry. And still keep your hand up if you've made that journey 14 hours overnight and had to sleep on the cold, hard floor because there were no beds available. Most hands went down on that last question. And for your sake, I'm glad. It is an awful reality having to be stuck on that ferry when, in a wild winter's night, the boat is pitching and rolling for 14 hours and you're sleeping on the floor and not able to have a good night's sleep. But it is the reality that many Shetlanders face, and it's a reality that I want to change. With almost 100,000 visitors annually, our islands are popular. Tourism is an important part of Scotland's economy and a much welcomed part of Shetland's too. But at the same time, it is putting real strain on our lifeline service. In recent years, beds on the overnight ferry have been booked out months in advance. And many Shetlanders who require the flexibility of last-minute travel, whether for family, healthcare or work, we just cannot get a bunk. And so sleeping in the common areas on a chair or sleeping rough on the floor is the only option. Friends, if we could take a bus, we would. If we could take a train, we would. But we accept that we cannot. This is what it means to live in Shetland. We accept that there's a North Sea. We need to be able to have a bed to lie down, though, when we are crossing that North Sea. This is not a holiday cruise for us. This is essential travel for work, for hospital, or for family. We cannot change the North Sea, but we can improve how people cross it. Conference, when I was writing this speech last week, I got Shetlanders to be in touch with me with their stories and their anecdotes. I'm really grateful to the 100 people that got in touch with me and trusted me with their words, and it's their words that I share with you now. There's Kathy, who at 76 and awaiting major abdominal cancer surgery had to sleep flat on the floor because there was no bed available. There's Jill, whose teenage daughter was harassed while sleeping in the common area. Now she cannot travel alone and misses out on opportunities on mainland Scotland. There's Charles, a telecoms engineer who has to work at heights, a dangerous job already, but made 10 times harder when he gets into Aberdeen, has to drive, and then work after no sleep. There's Linda, who woke at 2 a.m. in the morning to find a drunk man with vomit down his front looming over her, inches from her face. She's now terrified to travel alone again. There's Isabel, a single mum of 3 bairns, taking her children to visit their grandparents, but can only afford to travel in low season, meaning that the children have to miss school. And Margaret, grieving beside her young daughter, on the floor, in a sleeping bag, trying to reach her child's father's funeral. No dignity, no privacy, no rest. Friends, I know that these stories are hard to hear. And I know that you, like me, will want to do everything in your power to change the reality for these Shetlanders. We cannot change the North Sea, but we can change the way in which people cross it. Conference, this isn't just about comfort. This is about equity, safety, accessibility, but ultimately, this is about the ability and right to travel with dignity. A lifeline service must be safe, it must be affordable, and it must be reliable. My motion is simple. Let's reserve a set number of cabins and vehicle capacity for islanders, and let's scrap the peak ferry fare for islanders. Conference, I am so proud of this SNP government, so proud of the government's decision to scrap peak rail fares. It's a game-changing piece of policy that has revolutionised mainland travel. And we now have the chance to extend this model to our island links as well. Improving public transport is a just priority for this party, for the SNP, that we all unite behind together. Friends, Shetland is a beautiful place, and I urge you all to come up if you can get a bed on the ferry. It's a beautiful place, a remote place, and a very, very resilient place, bustling with culture, with heritage, seafood, and technology. No wonder people want to live, work, and visit our islands. Friends, we are deeply proud of who we are, and we are deeply proud to be part of Scotland's national diverse story as well. So, Conference, I ask you to back this motion, because no islander should be priced out of visiting their family, travelling for work, or having to reach vital health care. And no islander should have to sleep on the floor to do so. Friends, let's pass this motion and make our Lifeline ferry service worthy of its name again. Thank you.
Can I invite Jim Fairley to second the resolution, please? And Jim will be followed by Robert Leslie from Orkney. 3 minutes max.
3 minutes max, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it might be surprising to know that I'm actually a first-time speaker at conference. And I wasn't saying that for the applause, I promise you. What I was saying it for was, I've always believed that if you're going to speak at conference, have something worthwhile to say. And I can think of no better reason to speak for my first speech at conference than to ensure that we send the message out that we need to get the absolute dynamo that is Hannah Mary Goodlad elected to Shetland. She has got experience, she's got energy, she's got ideas, as we've just heard, and she's got a hunger for independence in her bones that each and every one of us shares. And if we secure that seat, that leads us to getting very, very close to that majority, which then allows us to give all the people of Scotland the right to choose to be an independent country. Now, I'm delighted to second this resolution in principle. It'll clearly be subject to the budget process, and without a doubt, it's a subject that we should actually absolutely be looking at to find out what it is that we can do to help that island connectivity. There's a number of things that we already do. We have an islander discounts scheme. We've got the National Islands Plan. We've got National Island Impact Assessments on every policy that we ever deliver for our Scottish Islanders. We've got the Carbon Neutral Islands Programme. There's a number of things that we want to do for our islands because we value our islands so much that we want to make sure that they feel every bit as part of Scotland as every one of you and I do. Now, I visited Shetland recently in my ministerial capacity, and I've got to tell you, it was the strangest feeling. There was a feeling of being there was an anchor had me in Shetland. There was a feeling of being home, and that sounds ridiculous. I've never been there before. I've got no connection to it. But the people, the landscape, the seas, everything about it absolutely gripped me, and it is why I will absolutely be going back, and every one of you should be doing exactly the same thing. But one of the things that is absolutely clear when you're in Shetland is that you are on an island. You cannot drive for 5 minutes without seeing coastline somewhere. So the points that Hannah Mary is making are absolutely crystal clear. That connectivity is vital to all our island communities, not just Shetland, not just Orkney, it's to the Western Isles. Every part of Scotland has to have that island connectivity, so we will look at every opportunity to make sure our islanders feel as Norse as they do Scots, or as very much a part of the Scottish mainland, by making sure that we build that connectivity. Ladies, I'll second the motion. Thank you.
And can I invite Robert Leslie to the stage, please? And just for future notice, because we've still got a few resolutions to do, people can wait on the left-hand side of the stage as well. Let me cut down a wee bit of time. Over to you, Robert.
Conference, if you ken anything about Orkney and Shetland, you'll know that our islands enjoy healthy rivalry in many sporting competitions. Whether that's on the football, the hockey or the rugby pitch, the netball, squash or badminton court, or even darts. These competitions between the Reds of Orkney and the Blues of Shetland are keenly contested. But the rivalry is friendly, and we also share many things. We're Norse heritage. Some islanders think we should still be Scandinavian. We're Westminster constituency, but hopefully not for too much longer. And we share ferries. As candidate for Orkney and Shetland twice, I've been well told on my campaign trips north on how well Orkney is served by ferries, with 2 Pent and Firth services, as well as that shared capacity on routes that take us to this beautiful granite city. I've more than once been told by Shetlanders precisely how many more metres of freight capacity and how many more passengers Orkney can shift compared to Shetland, and I come away feeling that it's my fault. You wouldn't think that the boats were built in the era of a Labour-Lib Dem coalition. It's the clear frustration that persuades me to side with our northern neighbours on this and recognise the right to a ferry service that is affordable, reliable and safe. And while Orkney folk don't suffer as badly as our Shetland friends, my wife reminded me that we were on the Northlink sailing where we witnessed staff measuring up the bench seating to put in wooden dividers, which prevents passengers from lying down to sleep if they can't get a cabin or a pod. That kind of unfriendly measure needs to go at the same time as the actions we put in place with this resolution. Please give this your backing so that we can have plain sailing from now on.
Friends, can I put it to you that we pass this resolution by acclaim? So we are now on to Resolution 26, which is going to be moved by Sadie Matthews, who is our newly re-elected National Equalities Convener. And Sadie is going to address us on the recognition of unpaid work done by carers. Warm welcome to Sadie, please.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm going to steal Hannah Mary's idea and ask for you to do a little bit of audience participation. I hope that's okay. So can everyone who's in charge of the care of someone, so that could be your children, you could be a teacher looking after students, elderly family members, could you please all raise your hand? If you feel you look in on someone, take care of them a bit. Fantastic. Can you keep your hand up if you care for someone because they're your ward due to a disability or illness? Okay, that's quite a few of us. I hope that's maybe helped you feel a bit less alone. Maybe for those of you who identified with us but felt unconfident to put your hand up, this has helped boost your confidence. You're seen. I see you. My mum has instilled in me the importance of that, of seeing people. I think she might be watching, so hi, Mum. She's an unpaid carer, the kind of person this resolution is intending on supporting. She takes care of me, and she takes care of my dad. He's also watching, so he has to get a hello too. Our family isn't necessarily conventional because I also care for my parents. We all fulfill in for each other and take care of one another on the harder days. It's hard. I worry for their health and well-being every day, and they worry about mine. It is hard, but I would choose this life with them over and over again, without any doubt. I didn't actually realize I was a carer until a couple of years ago because it's just my version of normal. It's not work, it doesn't take any extra effort, it just comes naturally. I would choose this little unconventional life over and over, and I would like to say that our biggest barrier has been learning to communicate with one another, letting each other know when today's a harder day and we maybe need a little bit more. It's not. It's widely known that carers can struggle for money. It can be hard to find an employer that will provide reasonable accommodations to ensure you can fulfill your caring duties. It can be hard navigating the traditional working hours of 9 to 5 if you're up with your ward in the night. This is something I'm personally guilty of, so I'm sorry, Mum. Part-time work is an option many carers utilise to ensure they can provide for their families, but during a Westminster cost of living crisis, a part-time wage just is not enough. As usual, this problem comes back to the UK government, as most things do. To help with the deficit created by working part-time or simply being unable to work whilst caring for one or more wards, people have to turn to universal credit, which is part of the benefits system. This process is long, grueling, and at times humiliating. On the other side of things, the Scottish Government has given us a glimmer of bright hope with the carer support payment. This payment is to support carers for additional costs they may be facing. This might be needing to pay for fuel, as their ward might be needing taken to an appointment, or household items that are required because of their disability or terminal illness. But again, we have to come back to Westminster. They have decided that the carer support payment is qualified as an income. It's not. It's not payment for the hours of work carers put in each week, because that would equate to 50p an hour for 24/7 care. It's to cover the expenses that are directly correlated to caring. It's not a wage. Since the Department of Work and Pensions have decided this is an income, it is taken pound for pound out of universal credit. This is, frankly, disgusting. In an independent Scotland, we wouldn't be tied by such unfair, disrespectful and unjust rules. This is just another example of our Scottish Government working exceptionally hard to make the lives of our citizens better and being shut down. That's why this resolution is calling for active discussions with Westminster regarding how the carer support payment interacts with universal credit, and if they're unwilling to negotiate, which is something we are all too familiar with, it sets a provision to increase the payment for the deficit in the future. We would be having to subsidise for the failures of the UK government again, something we are having to do far too often. I appreciate we're tied by the budget, again, thank you Westminster, and so I don't expect this to happen overnight or even quickly. I just felt it was vital that our party had this policy so that should the opportunity arise, we can provide more financial provision to those in caring positions. I would ask you strongly to support this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sadie, for that contribution. Can I invite Irina McLean to the stage, please? Irina is going to second and speak for the resolution. And while Irina's making her way to the stage, can I also remind conference about the St Andrew's Night Dinner and Awards, which will take place on the 21st of November in Glasgow at the Marriott Hotel, and you can get information on how to book tickets in the conference handbook. And a very warm welcome to you, Irina, 3 minutes max.
Thank you. Thank you, conference. You had very personal experience, and I want to add to that, but not talking about myself. We talk about cost of living all the time, but we rarely talk about cost of caring. Across Scotland, thousands of people are caring every hour of every day, not for a wage, not for a praise, because they love somebody. And some shocking numbers. I've got dyscalculia, so I won't bore you. It will be very easy numbers. Scottish Census 2022 showed that there were 627,000 of unpaid carers in Scotland. And they contributed 15.9 billion to the economy. I think we could stop here. And 52,000 out of those people are currently recorded as being supported by local services. They keep our health and care systems running quietly in the background and too often invisibly. In my work in social care policy, I've seen the difference unpaid carers make. And the main thing why it's important, because they do love people they support, but also they save us huge amount of money. So 83 pounds a week, it's about 50 pence an hour for 24/7 care. And if they claim universal credit, as we heard, Westminster takes a chunk of that away. That is not recognition. That is a political neglect exercised by this Labour government. And we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We've got Nordic neighbours who we are learning from every day, supported, respected, and built into fabric of our social policy principles. Because care is not a private act of sacrifice, it's a public value, and it deserves public support. And in light of the upcoming elections, as a party, we must make that clear to the people of Scotland, not just in this conference hall, but in our next manifesto. We need to show to people of Scotland that this is what leadership looks like, seeing the invisible, valuing the undervalued, and acting where others look away, because this is the Scotland I want to pass down to my children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. There are no cards against. Can I put it to you all, friends, that we pass this resolution by acclaim, please? And can I invite Tommy Shepherd to the stage to move the resolution ending public funding to arms companies supplying Israel, please? This is resolution 27. Tommy Shepherd will be followed by Fatima Joji, please. Tommy.
Thank you, Conference. It's my privilege to move this, the last of our motions at this conference, and I do so at the request of Nadia El Nakla, who cannot be with us today, and on behalf of the SNP's Friends of Palestine group, which she convenes. Conference, we look tentatively at what is happening right now in Israel and Palestine, and we do so with relief and with trepidation. Relief because the slaughter has finally stopped. The skies over Gaza are silent, and this war may be coming to an end. But fear that this is a fragile peace that could break down at any time, and much is still to be done to ensure that it can be sustained. The tragedy, of course, is that an agreement like this has been on the cards at several times over the last 2 years. And the failure to grasp that opportunity before has led to the needless deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians. But we need to understand why it is happening now. And it is happening for one reason only, and that is because the world has finally lost patience with Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right allies in the Israeli cabinet. And that world, it seems, now includes Washington. And that is to be welcomed. But understand this, that hasn't happened by accident. That has happened because humanity across this globe has organized on a scale not seen since the fall of apartheid South Africa in order to defend Palestinian human rights and express their solidarity. Pressure has been applied, pressure the like of which we address in this resolution today. And be under no illusion, this is not the time to relieve that pressure. If anything, we need to intensify it. We need to keep the pressure on to ensure this peace is sustained, and then to put in place the building blocks of a lasting settlement which require the end to the illegal occupation of Palestinian territories, an end to the settlement program inside the West Bank and those occupied territories, an end to the paramilitary terror gangs of settlers who terrorize Palestinian civilians. And most of all, the acceptance by the State of Israel that the Palestinian people have the same right to self-determination as do the people of Israel. When we talk about pressure, of course, we can apply more through independent states. And we are not yet in that capacity. We are part of the United Kingdom. And it is a matter of deep regret that after 16 months, this Labour government still has in place 90% of the arms licenses to the Israeli Defence Forces that it had when it came in. Those ought to be ended and suspended now until the genocide is over and until we have a sustainable peace. So we have no power over those licenses in Scotland, but we must do what we can. And I want here to applaud the actions of our party leader, John Swinney, who has, without equivocation, called out the genocide that is happening and led the opposition to it. What we need to do now is focus on the text of this resolution. Yesterday, we looked at the totality of commercial engagement with Israel and how we might use levers there to apply pressure for change. Today, we focus just on those companies who supply arms and the means by which people can be killed. And the message in this resolution is very simple and very straightforward, and I hope that they are listening. And it is this: if you choose to do business with genocide, then the elected representatives of the people of Scotland choose not to do business with you. The conference, finally, I want to say a word about anti-Semitism. And I want to tackle the false narrative that tries to equate criticism of the State of Israel with anti-Semitism. That is not what it is. There is not an arrest warrant out for Benjamin Netanyahu because of the faith that he practices. And we stand here determined to resist the pernicious racism of anti-Semitism and to uphold Palestinian human rights. And we see no conflict between them as we go forward to try and see a lasting settlement and a two-state solution in the Middle East.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Tommy. And can I invite Fatima Joji onto the stage, please, to second this resolution, please. Fatima needs to be brief.
Just been told I need to be brief, so I will. Conference, I've been asked by our friend and colleague, Councillor Nadia Al-Nakla, to second this motion, and I'm doing so gladly, because this motion speaks to something important. It speaks to the kind of governments we elect and the trust you place in us as your representatives in terms of our responses. Now, I'm saying this because some have said online, it's not happening here in Scotland. Let's focus on our own issues. But I say this, we must care. We must care not just about what happens on our doorsteps, but what is done in our name, because I say not in my name, and how governments speak, act and lead. Now I want to say a quote from the late Tony Benn. It speaks to a different issue, yes, but the principle remains the same. The way a government treats refugees is very instructive because it shows you how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they would get away with it. What you allow your governments to do to others, it will eventually do to you. Whether that is silence, complicity, or positive action. Our Scottish Government has shown compassion, direction, and bravery. It's one of the many reasons I am proud to stand here today with the SNP. These values of justice, humanity, and peace are embedded in who we are. That is why we must look to the Westminster Government and say, shame. Shame on your months of silence. Shame on your complicity. Shame on you. Keir Starmer, you finally recognised a genocide. We have a ceasefire, but it's a little too late. And words alone are not enough. Recognition must be followed by action, ending complicity in any crimes taking place and ensuring that this ceasefire is not violated. What we watched should not be normalised. We were seeing civilians, innocent civilians, bombed in their beds, starved of their bread, streets that once echoed with life, now filled with ash and anguish, families forced to flee, risking death at sea because the land behind them holds certain death. UNICEF estimates that Gaza now has more child amputees than anywhere else in the world. That alone should move everyone to act. And let me be clear, Netanyahu's government is harming both Palestinian and Jewish lives. The Hamas attack on 7th of October was horrific, an act of terror that we will always condemn. But genocide and starvation cannot be the response. Continued occupation is not the road to peace, and it is not the way to a two-state solution. Two truths can exist at once, as my colleague said. This motion calls for rigorous human rights screening to be a condition of all public funding, and it looks ahead to an independent Scotland that stands proudly for peace, for justice and for human rights. Hate is on the rise, fuelled by war, silence and inaction. but our government's response reflects who we are. It is true. It is why I trust that our values, our policies and our response will continue to strive to protect human dignity. Thank you, Conference.
Conference, can we pass Resolution 27 by acclaim, please? Okay. Right, colleagues, we're moving on to two topical resolutions this afternoon. We will have to accept a formal seconder for both topicals because time is short and we are all waiting for our leader's speech this afternoon. Nonetheless, we do need to give these topicals the space that they deserve. So in that vein, can I invite Councillor Samita Kumar, who is the candidate for Edinburgh Southern Western, who is going to speak to topical resolution.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Conference. Conference, Labour's proposal for a digital ID system, the so-called Brit card, is not progress. It's a political shortcut dressed up as security. And it tells people like you and I that no matter what we feel, how long we have lived here, no matter how much we've given, we still have to prove we belong. But identity isn't something you log into. It isn't a barcode. It's not a QR code to be scanned or a number to be stored on a database. It's not something that should depend on whether your phone works or whether your signal drops or whether you can navigate yet another complex government app. For many, especially older people, disabled people, New Scots, complex digital systems don't offer freedom. They build walls, they turn public services into checkpoints. They say, you're welcome, but only if the system says so. Conference, I'm proudly born in Fiji Islands. My heritage is a melting pot of so many ethnicities and culture. Let's just say it's ever so slightly complicated, thanks in no part to the British Empire. But complexity shouldn't be treated as a problem to solve or a risk to manage. Complexity is human, it's history, it's me. My family and I have lived in Scotland for over 21 years. We have built our lives here, we've worked, we've studied, we've volunteered, celebrated, and sadly, we've also mourned here. We've paid our taxes, we've made friends, we've raised the next generation here. Sometimes I even struggle with the word or the label New Scots because honestly, I don't feel new. I feel what I already am, simply Scottish. Conference, the one thing I will never identify as, unfortunately, is British. So Keir Starmer, I hope you're listening. I'm not British. And like my friends, my neighbours, and hopefully this conference, I am proudly, fully, fearlessly Scottish. This digital ID scheme won't make us safer. It will make us smaller. It will say to people, you need to earn your place, you need to show your card, you need to prove your worth before we accept you. And that is just not the Scotland we live in. We are in a Scotland that believes in inclusion and compassion. We don't measure belonging through paperwork or passwords. We measure it through people, through kindness, through solidarity, and the way we look out for one another. And Conference, that is what is at stake here. Because once we normalize carrying a state-issued digital pass to prove who we are, we open the door to something far more dangerous. It's not safety, it's control. A digital ID will not build trust, it will erode it. It will not create unity, it will divide it. It will not make us stronger, it will shrink us. We cannot allow anyone, not Westminster, not Whitehall, and especially not Labour, to tell Scotland who belongs within her borders. So, the choice between carrying a Brit card or standing up the kind of Scotland we believe in, then conference, I know exactly where we stand. Let's condemn Labour. Let's reject their digital ID. Please accept this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumita, and I'm very grateful to our Paisley buddy George Adam for waiving his rights to speak and for agreeing to formally second the resolution, the topical resolution 2 that was on the screen earlier. And can I put it to conference that the resolution is accepted by acclaim? And can I now invite Kevin Stewart, MSP, who's going to speak to topical resolution 3, condemning proposed cuts to local journalism in Aberdeen. Kevin, over to you.
Thank you very much, convener, and thank you, conference. And I realise that I'm the person that is keeping the leader away from his speech, so I'll be very brief. But this is an extremely important issue that we're going to be discussing this afternoon. Because for those of us that live in the north and the northeast, STV North News is immensely important. Many of us remember the glory days of Grampian TV. And when STV took over, they pledged that licence would always be kept separate. STV North would be different from STV Central. But now our news service is under attack, and journalists right across STV are facing redundancy, some 60 jobs. And I have to say that that is not good enough. Now, STV boss Rufus Radcliffe appeared at the Culture Committee this week. Not a sparkling performance by Rufus, I have to say. But there was one thing that I agreed with him on. And he said that the truth is at risk in a world where many are getting news on social media. So when he admits that the truth is at risk, why is it that trusted journalists are about to lose their jobs? And I tell you, conference, they are trusted journalists. The STV North News team managed to get an audience share of 40%. 40% in this day and age, which is quite unbelievable. They are trusted. Andrea Brymer, Norman MacLeod, Tyrone Smith, Chris Harvey. 40% audience share. Fantastic stuff. And I have to say that they do that, appear on our screens every night, given very, very good, high-quality news. And for those of you that live in STV Central, don't think that you'll be unaffected by this if STV gets their way, because you will get less local news too if everybody has to have their news broadcast from Glasgow. And we are in a situation whereby all of this has come about because of a small £200,000 loss. A £200,000 loss. But £3 million worth of cuts. And Mr. Radcliffe and managers are not going to be affected by this. Mr. Radcliffe will still continue to collect his £450,000 a year salary plus bonuses. He won't be affected. Neither will managers. And that is not good enough as far as I'm concerned. Let him take the pay cut. Let him take the pay cut. And I'll finish on this, convener, because the new licences for STV North and STV Central were signed on the 1st of January this year, a mere few months ago. So why is it Why is it now that they are saying that STV News North has to go, that cuts across the company are going to happen? Why did they not admit all of these difficulties before those licences were renewed? And to Ofcom, I say, you must step in here. There must be a 12-week consultation period, and you must listen to the people who value STV News North. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm very grateful to Jackie Dunbar for agreeing to formally second this topical resolution, and can I put it to you that we accept it by acclaim, please?
It's about believing in a better future. Here in Scotland, it's about doing things differently. Well, that's what my leadership and the SNP Scottish Government offers. For too long, the wrong choices have been made at Westminster. Bills rising faster than wages. Scotland is treated as an afterthought. But when Scotland makes the choices, hope grows. Hope is believing in our children, free childcare to help parents, university without tuition fees, and lifting families out of poverty. Hope is easing the burden. Pensioners collecting free prescriptions. Young people travelling to school and to work for free. Scottish families paying less in council tax than the rest of the UK. And peak rail fares scrapped for as long as the SNP is in government. Hope is protecting what matters most. Waiting times now getting shorter. GP numbers increasing. Care based on need, not ability to pay. Hope is investing in our future, standing up to unfair energy prices and demanding that our renewable energy is used to reduce bills and power thriving communities. Westminster keeps making the wrong choices. Rising bills, stagnant wages, the damage of Brexit and brutal cuts. Labour offers no better than the Tories. And Nigel Farage is looming on the horizon. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can put Scotland's energy in Scotland's hands. We can repair the damage done by Brexit. We can end the Westminster chaos and reclaim our future. The people of Scotland, not Westminster politicians, will be in control. That is independence. That is the fresh start Scotland needs. Stand with me to create the nation you want Scotland to be.
Good afternoon, delegates. It's my great pleasure now to introduce our final speaker at the Scottish National Party's 91st Annual Conference. And I remember the first time I introduced the next speaker, when I finished the introduction, I walked away with a speech afterwards. So hopefully I won't do that this time. I think these last few days in Aberdeen have shown our party at its very best, engaging in debate, exchanging ideas, working towards a fresh start for Scotland and with the full powers of independence. And the success of our conference is testament to each and every one of you, because our party's strength, as we said before, comes from our membership. No other party in Scotland would have a hall full like this at their party conference. No other party in Scotland would have a debate like the one that we had on the future strategy for our party. And I'm very pleased, especially with those individuals that proposed amendments, had concerns about that strategy, who came up and spoke to me afterwards and said, it's no longer the strategy of John Swinney and Keith Brown, it's the party strategy and we'll get right behind it. That shows what kind of party we are. Our next speaker joined the SNP at 15 years old. By 22, he was our youngest ever National Secretary. And how about commitment to the cause of that kind of longevity? He's been an impassioned campaigner for Scottish independence his whole life, and his dedication to working for a better Scotland for everyone who lives here is without question. He served the people of Perthshire for nearly 3 decades. He served the people of this nation in the Scottish Government for 17 years. And now he leads our nation as First Minister. Friends, when our party needed him, John Swinney stepped up. As was said by someone this morning, he stands head and shoulders above the opposition. With the 2026 Holyrood election now firmly in our sights, the SNP boasts an election-winning machine and the most formidable political leader on these islands. Conference, it's with great pride that I welcome my very dear friend, the First Minister, our party leader, John Swinney.
Friends, what a conference we have had. What a wonderful welcome we've received here in Aberdeen. And what a great result last night, albeit slightly nerve-wracking. Winning certainly suits Scotland, and conference winning for Scotland is what this party is all about. I want to talk about where we're going as a country. Right now, the choice is a simple and a stark one. We must not resign ourselves to a future defined by Brexit or by sky-high bills. And delegates, we are certainly not going to allow Keir Starmer or any Westminster politician to define us by Brit cards. We must define our own future, a future where we devote all of our resources to transforming the lives of people in Scotland, where our immense energy wealth puts money into people's pockets, not into the coffers of Westminster's Treasury or the offshore bank accounts of billionaires. A future where the poverty that has blighted lives for far too long is not swept under the carpet, but instead is swept out of Scotland, where our National Health Service is freed once and for all from the threat of creeping Westminster privatisation. Conference independence offers Scotland a fresh start. This is a moment of decision. We all face a choice. Decline, decay and Westminster and despair with Westminster Government, or hope, optimism and ambition with Scottish self-government. This is the moment for us to realise the true potential we have as a nation. Now is the time for Scotland to become independent. Delegates, on Saturday we showed how serious we are about achieving that goal by agreeing our strategy to get us there. We did so through reasoned, respectful and spirited discussion. In a world where democracy is under threat, I think it's safe to say that democracy is alive and well and thriving in the Scottish National Party. And it is democracy that will now take us forward. Our task is to win a majority of seats in the Scottish Parliament. We are going to break the logjam in Scottish politics. Delegates, I know that things are not easy for a lot of people right now. Times are tough. We've had the financial crash, austerity, Brexit, the cost of living crisis. And through all those tough times, through all the storms of recent history, it's become crystal clear. Westminster does not work for Scotland. And I'll tell you what does work for Scotland. Self-government works for Scotland, and SNP government works for Scotland. We are a government that fights for Scotland every single day. That's what I offer. That's what the SNP offer at the election. Not a branch office beholden to London, but a government wholly owned by and wholly serving the people of Scotland. People need a government that will back them 100%. A few months ago, hundreds of workers at Alexander Dennis faced redundancy. An iconic bus manufacturer was planning to close its doors in Scotland. Labour stood back, offering nothing but press releases, platitudes and posturing, just like at Grangemouth. But your SNP government got to work. We rolled up our sleeves and we brought the company, the trade unions and the workforce together, and we're backing them with public investment. That is the power of self-government. Scotland at its best, and hundreds of high-quality jobs saved for the people of Scotland. I say it again because it's a winning formula. Self-government works, and SNP government works. Just look at what we are achieving. Free childcare provision more than doubled. Council tax bills lowest in the UK. Water bills lowest in the UK. Income tax, most paying less, the highest earners paying more. Prescriptions free. University tuition free. Bus travel free for under 22s. Peak fares on our trains gone and gone for good. Waiting times down. GP numbers up. Record numbers of hip and knee operations on our streets. Crime down. In our schools, literacy and numeracy up. Record numbers heading to college or university and conference. Child poverty in Scotland at its lowest level in 3 decades. That is the SNP record. That is self-government making lives better in Scotland. But what about Westminster? They once said things could only get better. But on day one, Keir Starmer changed his tune. He now says things are only going to get worse. That's not what people voted for. But delegates, he's got form. Keir Starmer promised to be a left-wing Labour leader, and then he became a right-wing Prime Minister. He stole Jeremy Corbyn's clothes, and now he's dressing up as Nigel Farage. He hasn't even tried to implement the progressive policies that people backed him for. This vacuous Labour government is a symptom of a wider problem, a Westminster system that is broken and broken beyond repair. Labour and Tories are locked in a race to the right, a race that will only be won by Nigel Farage. Fear of Farage is driving Westminster to more and more extreme views. Brexit was bad enough. Now we face climate change denial. We face talk of mass deportations, even the ripping up of human rights laws. Delegates, let me be clear. Scotland's rights are not Westminster's to give away. Ideas that once seemed unthinkable are now common currency. That is Westminster's obsession. Not your rising shopping bills, not your kids' future, not your parents' care. Westminster has never been more out of touch with people's everyday concerns. It has never been clearer for Westminster Scotland is only ever an afterthought. As well as being morally wrong, Westminster's race to the right is also deeply damaging to our society. The number of nurses the National Health Service was able to recruit from overseas fell by 80% last year. 80%. And in July, Westminster shut down the visa route for social care workers. They even withdrew job offers that had already been promised. As a result, thousands of care workers here in the UK, entirely legally, have been left high and dry, unable to work, while care homes are crying out for staff. In what world does that make any sense whatsoever? Well, delegates, I've got a solution. I can announce today that the Scottish Government is stepping in. We will sponsor these skilled staff so they can work, pay tax, and help keep Scotland's care homes running. Hundreds of dedicated workers able to start work immediately. Scotland's older people must not pay the price for Westminster's prejudice. Conference, Westminster isn't working for Scotland. Self-government works for Scotland, and an SNP government works for Scotland too. Scotland is a welcoming nation, and we've always been an outward-looking nation. In all my years in politics, I can think of few who've embodied this ability to look outwards, more than the late and much-missed George Reid. George, of course, played an absolutely pivotal role in both the early breakthrough of the SNP and in the early years of our national parliament. But beyond our shores, he was widely known and respected for his humanitarian work. In tense situations, he brought people together. He gave hope to those who had none. I learned so much from George. We all did. And delegates, let's resolve today to carry on George's legacy, to bring empathy and compassion to everything we do, and to always, always fight for a better Scotland and a better world. In today's world, it feels like the values that George espoused are more important than ever. That means standing up to brutal dictators like Vladimir Putin, and conference standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine. And it means that even in the most desperate of wars, we must hold on to the hope that an end to the killing is possible. Hope that things can be better. And today has seen welcome signs that hope is beginning to bear fruit. For the first time since the terrible events of October the 7th, the people of Palestine and Israel have hope for peace. The pictures of hostages being released, of families being reunited, of refugees returning to their homes are deeply moving, deeply humbling. They remind us that even in the darkest of days, hope can prevail. But we must also remember how that is achieved. For hope to prevail, people have to step up, and they do. The campaigners, the aid workers, the political leaders, and the brave, brave journalists risking their lives to tell the world of the genocide in Gaza. They have stepped up. Now, we must all step up to secure the peace, to turn hope into reality for Israel and Palestine, for the displaced, the distraught and the destitute. Aid must flow. Every life is sacred and of equal value. Every family, whether Palestinian or Israeli, deserves to live in peace and dignity. A two-state solution must be delivered. Peace must prevail. Peace is a long-term project, and it sometimes requires far-sighted investment. International development is very often the first line of defence, the defence against conflict, population displacement and humanitarian catastrophe. It is not a luxury. But at Westminster, Labour have slashed overseas aid, and unbelievably, the Labour Prime Minister used his conference speech to boast about the fact. We've got a very different view of the world. Tomorrow, I travel to Zambia and Malawi to mark the 20th anniversary of Scotland's international aid programme, and I am very proud to be doing so. In recent years, we've increased funding and expanded the scope of Scotland's international development efforts. Our funding has helped to build operating rooms for children's hospitals, support climate initiatives, and ensure children, in particular girls, can attend school. With full self-government, we could, of course, do so much more. The UK was once so proud of its international development programme, but now they all seem to be ashamed of it. That in itself is shameful. Labour is delivering less than half of the UN target for international development, slashing money for those most in need. But conference, with Westminster, of course, there's always billions for weapons of mass destruction. Delegates, let's be absolutely clear. An independent Scotland would proudly do her duty as a global citizen, and we will do it without the obscenity of nuclear weapons on the River Clyde. Conference. In tough and uncertain times, it is more important than ever to stand by your values. That's why the values of our leaders matter. In May, I will ask the people of this country to elect me as the First Minister of Scotland for the next 5 years. Our people are entitled to know what has made me who I am today and what that means for how I will take Scotland forward. A few months ago, the national newspaper asked me the 10 things that had shaped my life. I talked about the safe and secure start to my life given to me by my loving parents. I talked of following the exciting debates in the 1970s about establishing a Scottish Assembly, and from the disappointment of that moment, joining the Scottish National Party to change Scotland for the better. I even talked about my favourite band, The Jam, the seminal music for me from the 1980s, which I still listen to when I'm running these days. For me, their most iconic song has always been Down in the Tube Station at Midnight. That's an anthem that rails against the evils of fascism, against which I will always, always stand firm. I talked of meeting my wife Elizabeth, without whom I can do nothing of what I do today. I talked of my faith, of doing unto others only what I would have done to me. I talked of Scotland's islands, where I find peace in my life. Walking the golden sands of the beaches of Tiree, of Harris, of my granny's home in Orkney, surrounded by the turquoise waters, the precious inheritance we have in Scotland that we must cherish. I talked about becoming a dad, and this year, for the first time, a granddad. And why it makes me so determined to do the best I can for the country that comes after me, the country that our children and our grandchildren will inherit. That's why becoming First Minister is such a privilege. It is the ultimate opportunity to serve the people of this country. That, my friends, is who I am. A son of our capital city, honoured to have represented one of the most beautiful parts of rural Scotland for almost 3 decades. A man shaped by all of Scotland. That is who the Scottish National Party will ask the people of our country to vote for as First Minister. It is the honour of my life to be First Minister. But let me in you to a secret. I'm just getting started. When I lead the SNP into the election next year, I will be seeking my own mandate from the people of Scotland, a mandate to fundamentally transform our country for the long term. I will continue to be a leader who listens in order to lead. There is no more important issue to all of us than our National Health Service. We all use it. I use it, my family uses it, and we will be forever grateful for what the NHS does for us. Yes, there are challenges, but we've all heard directly from people who praise our NHS staff and are positive about their treatment in the National Health Service. More and more people are being seen. Waiting lists are falling. More appointments are taking place. There are more operations and more GPs. But one key issue is the ATM rush for appointments. We want to make it easier for people to see a GP where and when it works for them. That's why I can announce today that the SNP government will open a nationwide network of walk-in GP services based in your community, on your local high street, near your child's school, or close to your workplace. They will break from the status quo. They will add to the care we already value, staffed by GPs and nurses, open from 12 noon to 8 p.m, and you won't need to call up for an appointment. That means more people can go after work when it fits with their lives. And to make that even easier, they'll be open 7 days a week. This is just the start. We will expand this network, but it will begin with 15 sites across Scotland. They will deliver over 1 million additional GP and nurse appointments, and the first will be up and running within the year. That is personalised care on your doorstep. That is self-government working. That's the SNP government working for Scotland. The Scottish National Party is thinking and acting in these new radical ways to respond to people's key concerns. It's why we brought in the Scottish National Investment Bank, the baby box, the Scottish child payment. It's why we used hard-won powers to get rid of the two-child cap at the same time as Labour was disciplining its MPs for daring to agree. And believe me, Conference, we won't stop there. This party is, and always has been, at its core, Scotland's true radicals. But while we're championing the new, Westminster insists on sticking to the old ways of doing things. There is a Westminster consensus that so often works against Scotland. It's why, in a land of plenty, life is still unaffordable for too many Scots. Because on Westminster's watch, the basic essentials of life, energy, food and more are becoming more and more expensive. In many ways, the deep-seated problems facing the UK right now are a culmination of decades of failed Thatcherite economics. An entire system accepted by the Westminster parties of being intensely relaxed about some people becoming filthy rich while everyone else struggles to get by. It was in part Scottish revulsion at the policies of Margaret Thatcher that catapulted Scotland towards the creation of a Scottish Parliament and the rebirth of self-government. We became, in Westminster language, a devolved nation. Today, I believe it will be revulsion at Westminster's race to the right that will change Scotland's status again from a so-called devolved nation to what we can be, a modern, outward-looking, inclusive, compassionate country, not a devolved nation, but the world's newest independent nation. That is the fresh start Scotland needs. Decisions about Scotland should be taken by the people of Scotland. No one else will do a better job of caring for this beautiful country than the people who live here. And I mean all the people who live here. Wherever you are from, whatever your faith, whatever the colour of your skin, let me make this clear. We are all citizens. We all have a part to play and a contribution to make. And Conference, yes, I am proud to say that refugees are welcome here. The race to the right at Westminster is one reason why independence is so urgent and necessary. Living standards in the UK have flatlined, and the promised improvements from electing a Labour government at Westminster have simply not happened. Just look at our energy bills. We were all promised a cut of £300, but what has Keir Starmer's government delivered? An increase of almost 200. Sky-high energy bills in one of the most energy-rich countries in the world. For Scotland, Great British Energy is fast proving to be the Great British Rip-Off. Delegates, it's time for a new approach. This week, the Scottish Government published a detailed prospectus for independence, how our economy could work, our migration system, our route back to the EU, our place in the world, and how we would build a new nation. The work has been done, but Conference, more than that, we've set out the potential for Scotland to be a very different kind of country. There is so much to be hopeful about as a new nation state. For countries of Scotland's size, the golden combination is the policy power of independence together with membership of the European Union. Scotland is fortunate. Our golden combination can be independence, Europe, and our vast low-cost renewable energy. Even without our advantages, independent countries, just like Scotland, Denmark, Ireland, Finland, Austria and others, are all wealthier than the UK, fairer than the UK, all have lower rates of poverty, all have higher rates of investment. Conference, we often pose the question, if all these countries can be so successful, why not Scotland? But for me, it's time to be much, much more assertive. It's time to stop asking the question. It's time to proclaim with confidence, if all those countries can be wealthier and fairer than the UK, then so can Scotland. There are some who say that the 21st century is heralding a return to an era of big powers. It is true that the biggest states often attract most of the attention. But look past the headlines and look at what's really going on. Because the reality is this. In the 21st century, it is the European states the size of Scotland that are enjoying the biggest successes. It is they who have the flexibility to target their resources and adapt. It is they who are upholding the rules-based system and the commitment to human rights, backed by the security of the EU, international cooperation and mutual respect. In this era of enormous global change, where the world has become so much smaller and technology advancing at such a rate, it is clear that cooperation to tackle the great challenges of the day is needed more than ever. And that, my friends, is the simple and stark choice facing Scotland. We choose not Westminster government, we choose self-government. We choose not isolationism, we choose internationalism. Never an island of strangers, always a continent of friends. Conference, our dear friend and my late colleague Christina McKelvey, the beloved partner of my deputy leader Keith Brown, left an extraordinary legacy. She championed the rights of the marginalised. She gave voice to the voiceless. But her passions stretched way beyond those of politics and the cause of Scottish independence. Christina wrote poetry. At her funeral, words she wrote so beautifully and so movingly were read out. Don't take the sunrise each morning for granted. Turn your face to her. Soak in her power. To each day we step out, feet planted, with our strength aglow, we empower. Friends, Christina was telling us to make the most of each and every day. That sentiment matters now more than ever, because the country that Christina longed to see, and which she campaigned so hard to bring about, is in all of our hands. But that country has to be won. It needs to be won each and every day by the people in this hall, by those in the wider party and movement, and above all, by the people of Scotland. Because we are building a country for all of Scotland, a nation defined by fairness, where the sense of possibility runs deep through all of our cities, towns, villages, and through every community. A country in which the saltire will flutter proudly, but gently, as a symbol of an inclusive, welcoming, compassionate nation. We know there are those who seek a very different future for Scotland. So each and every day, we need to be stronger. Each and every day, We need to be more committed, more driven by our love for one another and for Scotland, for the better nation we know is within our grasp. Each and every day, keep that vision in your mind and, above all, in your hearts. And together, let's win Scotland's independence. Thank you very much.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland for the last time this weekend. Again, if you haven't seen me before, I'm Niamh Brooke, reporting on Broadcasting Scotland in an incredibly jam-packed 3 days of the SNP's annual party conference. Joining me on the couch for the last time this weekend is Nadia Chand, and I think this is a prime opportunity to reflect a little bit on everything that has been discussed in the past couple of days and what we can expect to see in the future.
Yeah.
Nadia, hello.
What an amazing speech by John Swinney.
Yes, it was quite something, wasn't it?
Yes.
Definitely a lot of ground covered.
Yes, yeah, and if we can go into the key points which he has mentioned.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
And he attacked Keir Starmer as stole Jeremy Corbyn's coat and now dressed up as Nigel Farage. That was
interesting phrasing
from him. Yeah. And also he also mentioned about the climate change denial and ripping up the human rights laws by the Westminster government. And his speech was all prepping for the next election and for independence. It was primarily was focusing on that, and he spoke about the achievements, and it was endless achievements he was mentioning. And before his speech, there was a video presented, and it also had the achievements. And he also mentioned Westminster has never been this out of touch with Scotland, and Scotland is an afterthought, and which is a line which the SNP and the people of Scotland have been using at doorsteps. That's what downstairs when I spoke to some of the delegates, they also mentioned, and he also mentioned about care workers left high and dry, and so he also mentioned there was an announcement which had a standing ovation, was for the sponsor skilled staff care for the care homes. So he said the workers will be able to start immediately. Yes. To be honest, I did not get detail on that. I think from coming days we might be able to get the detail on what does he mean by that. Is it for the immigration? Or?
Yes, I think there will be from listening to the speech, there will be increased legal opportunities to get visa sponsorships for people looking to come here to work in the healthcare industry.
It has to be by the government, because otherwise Westminster has clearly said that they are not going to provide. So I was thinking about more clarity on, and there was a wonderful tribute to George Reid. He always fight for better Scotland and better world, and John said he looked up to George Reid, and he was mentored in a way. He mentioned about how much influence George Reid had in John, and he also mentioned about standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine. That was a nice touch, and then he lead on to hope. That's one thing he mentioned about Palestine, hope for peace, families reuniting and families returning today. Then he expressed hope and continuity of the ceasefire, even though he didn't mention that. And he also mentioned about the journalists, those who have braved to go there and reported. And he clearly said two-state solution must be delivered and peace must prevail. That was his words mentioned about it. Yeah. And also he mentioned about Scotland's aid program, which he's traveling to Zambia and Malawi, and international development program, lack of money by UK, but more money for the mass destructive nuclear weapon. So is there anything which you felt particularly more interesting?
Well, I think particularly this afternoon, in the wake of the ceasefire deal being signed this morning, the acknowledgement from various other world leaders, and throughout the day this afternoon, as of this afternoon, we have now seen the release of all Palestinian and Israeli prisoners on each side, and they were returning home to their families, particularly since the last resolution of the conference was that pledge for the Scottish Government to end public funding and divert it away from weapons companies shipping out to Israel. I think we are definitely seeing a sea change and the genocide coming to an end.
And the next standing ovation received was for open a nationwide network for walk-in GP services.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, it is. He promised to. That's in the next. That's for next election and next government, I assume. And 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. open 7 days a week. That would be a interesting one to see for people those who are working, and they will have that access after working hours, and it will be a walk-in service.
And that will be requiring considerably more staff. To support as well, and as they've said, we'll be seeing an increase in integration for asylum seekers and the granting of more healthcare visas to come into Scotland at work. So I think I'm seeing them starting to set up the infrastructure for that kind of service to be possible.
And also John mentioned about the immigration. If the Scottish government is going to be the sponsoring body for the immigration, and then the government has to apply for it instead of the private companies applying for it. I think that's where he was leading to. Personalized care. That's what I mentioned, and he also mentioned about the achievements of Scottish National Bank, baby box, childcare payment, today morning you mentioned about the failed Thatcherite economics, which he mentioned about it, and he was attacking the current Westminster government in many ways, and it's right on Scotland, because Scotland, as he rightly have mentioned, Scotland has been an afterthought. And he said he would like to represent not as a devolved nation, but world's newest independent nation, which had a standing ovation, which we can understand because the delegates are 100% towards the independence, Scottish independence.
Yes, the main crux of this conference does definitely seem to have been the party ensuring an SNP majority in the Holyrood elections next year.
And he said, this is his lines, refugees are welcome here, which is a nice touch, because none of the other parties in UK other than Plaid and SNP has not mentioned that. And he also attacked Keir Starmer, saying that where was the cut-off £300 Keir Starmer had promised, which did not get a standing ovation, but there were a lot of claps.
I think we are definitely starting to see further.
And there was a nice, if I may say, there was a nice, tribute to Christina McKelvey. And he, in his words, voice of voiceless. That was a nice touch, I guess. It was interesting to listen, John.
And definitely coming out of the conference, going to get to say my favourite phrase one more last time, that golden thread of independence that everyone keeps bringing up in this conversation. The party's plans for the future do definitely seem to be hinging on that 65-seat majority in Holyrood next year, so it's really only a matter of time to see how well they'll be able to deliver it.
In order to achieve that, now what these delegates have to do is get home, get rest for one day, and then tap doors. That's what I hear from
I think party campaigners are certainly really going to have their work cut out for them in the months leading up to that election, and with that increase in education and training for activists and the push for more community projects everyone keeps talking about, there does definitely seem to be some sort of plan in place to get everyone back out there again, particularly after the decline in popularity and membership the party has seen in the last couple of years.
Definitely, yes.
So we'll really just have to see what happens in the coming months.
I think that's.
I think that brings our programming to an end. Nadia.
And it was lovely talking to you and being on the seat. And thank you for all the support you have given. And yeah, we will see. And Linda will be broadcasting in from tomorrow onwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah. On normal hours.
Yes. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of you for joining us for the SNP 91st Annual Party Conference in Aberdeen. That is us wrapping up, but you can keep an eye on Broadcasting Scotland for our weekly Sunday morning show, The Full Scottish, political coverage, music, arts, traditional Scottish culture and so much more, so keep an eye on our channel. For the last time, I've been Niamh Brooke reporting on the SNP Annual Party Conference. Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.